The Berkeley County Youth Fair Board would like to thank the following sponsors of this year's Youth Fair. Blue Ribbon level sponsors WVU Medicine, CBP Enterprises LLC, Valley Health Marketing and Communications, Equitable Advisors Nicholas Abereg, and Gantz Excavating. Premium Ribbon level sponsors Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County and Tropical Sioux. Reserve Champion level sponsors Panhandle Dumpsters LLC and Tad's Dairy Barn. And Grand Champion level sponsors Mays Septic and Porta Potts LLC, Southern States of Charlestown, and the Hornby Media Group.
And welcome into Thursday night of the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here for TV10. It is night number 5 that we are getting ready to embark on. 4 nights done tomorrow, the last night of the Youth Fair, and a ton to get into tonight. Some indoor exhibits. We will have the dairy show, also the horse show. We'll also give you some updates on the auction that is currently going on that will end tomorrow night. That started at 7 o'clock last night. Already some very high bids on some pigs, on some goats, on some lambs, on everything so far that is in that auction. We'll give you an update on that throughout the night. This portion of the Youth Fair is brought to you by 63rd District Delegate John Hardy, who wishes all the participants in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair the best of luck. Now over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Thank you, Matt. Good evening, everyone. And we are so glad that you've chosen to be on your couch or on your phone, wherever you're watching us live, for another evening. What night is this, Matt?
Night 5.
This is night 5. It's kind of hard to keep track this far into the game, but every evening has been action-packed, start to finish. Tonight is no exception. Matt already mentioned that we have so much lined up for you. We're going to open up the fair here in a little bit with our memorials again, in case you've missed those. We pay tribute to some incredible volunteers who have meant a lot to the Youth Fair organization over the years. And then we're going to have some more indoor exhibits with Mikey Withrow. And then we'll head into the dairy show at around 4:45. And then following that, we will have the horse show. And so all things that are great events to look forward to tonight. While we can't see you face-to-face at the Youth Fairgrounds this year, the virtual fair has been an incredible substitute in this COVID-19 pandemic season that we're in. And we are looking forward already to 2021 and what that fair will be like. We can only imagine how special it will be to be back there on the grounds of the Youth Fair. So thank you so much for cheering us on this week, for chiming in on social media, posting throwback pictures, posting watch party pictures, and sending in questions. We've enjoyed your interaction and engagement so much. It's made the virtual fair so much better to have you involved. And speaking of your involvement, People's Choice has been such a huge hit. For every night of the fair, we have opened up at 4 o'clock a People's Choice Award for you, the community, to vote on. So if you go to the Berkeley County Youth Fair.org website, there is a button. If you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see People's Choice Awards. You can go there and vote on whatever the categories that we're covering in the shows during that today, you can vote on. So, for example, we are going to announce now the winners, Matt, of last night. So last night we had couple hundred people email in, and these are your winners for the People's Choice Awards. So this is how you can get involved. Last night we had the Beef Market Steer. People's Choice Award winner goes to exhibitor number 392, Hunter Brock. Congratulations, Hunter. The Beef Female, exhibitor number 336, Andrew Bohr. And the Beef Feeder Calf, exhibitor number 316, Seth Painter. So congratulations to those People's Choice Award winners. If you want to look at that again, you can check that out on the website. All the winners are listed. And then in the poultry show, the People's Choice went to exhibitor 96, Kaylee Lohr. And then we had 3 People's Choice Awards that were voted on for the indoor projects, and they went to, for Self-Determined, People's Choice Award winner was exhibitor 260, Faith McDonald, for her cake decorating 4th year project. People's Choice for indoor exhibit, This Is 4-H. The People's Choice was Henry Stuckey. And finally, for indoor exhibits, Clover Buds. The People's Choice was exhibitor 278, Josie Robertson. So congratulations to all of our People's Choice Award winners from Wednesday night. And like I said, do your part. Get on the Facebook site tonight from 4 till 11:59 and vote for all your favorite horses and dairy in the dairy show. So we'll be looking for that. And of course, the indoor projects. You can vote on those as well. So very, very important thing to, as Matt already mentioned, was the livestock auction. People are bidding. We're seeing all kinds of bidding wars going on. It's really heating up. If you haven't registered to be a buyer, you can do that. We're going to show you, and I think later on we're going to give you some more in-depth information and maybe even show you some of the animals. There's 183 market animals to bid on, so you can we'll go on onto the website here in a little bit, and we'll show you how easy it is. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to try to register while I'm in here tonight for my business, Kisner Communications, so that we can purchase a market animal. So we're looking forward to that tonight. And there was one more thing I wanted to say, Matt, before we throw it to our first commercial break and get ready for our first segment of tonight's show. And I just wanted to say, hey, I know a lot of people were ready at 10 o'clock today they wanted to see the rerun of last night's show. And we are so sorry. There were just a few technical glitches with YouTube that we couldn't get that replay going until about noon today. So you didn't get to see all of Wednesday night today in the replay, but no worries, because we are going to, it will, first of all, later on tonight, check the website. It will be that full Wednesday night show will be accessible right there on the Berkeley County Youth Fair website, as well as WRNR TV10's YouTube page. So it'll all be there. You can watch it at any time, really, on your computer or your phone or however you do YouTube. But also, I'm so excited to say that we've had such an incredible response in the community to all the shows this week that TV10 has decided today that starting Saturday morning, what time, Matt? About 10 o'clock, I believe they said?
It should be Friday night at the
Friday
conclusion. Friday night at the conclusion of our events. We're going to, from start to finish, all weekend long on a huge loop, re-air the entire
You thought
Youth
that the
Fair.
Berkeley County Youth Fair ended Friday night at 10 o'clock with closing ceremonies, but you get to watch the whole thing in its entirety. It's going to replay on TV10 throughout this weekend. So we're just going to take the Youth Fair Experience Week all the way into the weekend.
Sunday to Sunday.
Sunday to Sunday. And then, like we said, the virtual Youth Fair, which is the first ever that this has ever happened, and as we've said all week, we hope only ever virtual Youth Fair, it's going to live on in the history books, because it will always be archived, hopefully always, at YouTube, as long as YouTube is there, right?
As long as they decide to play nice.
Yes, exactly. What is wrong with them pulling our beef show? The problem is there's really no number to call YouTube and complain. So
no customer service line at all.
Yes, so TV10 had to figure it all out today. And of course, they're so intelligent in here. They figured it all out, and they got it back on the air, and they will have it ready for you to watch again later tonight with a clickable link on the website. So that's all for the opening intro I have for you tonight, but we'll have tons more coming at you after the break. As I said, when we come back, we're going to see some memorials of 3 special individuals, and then we will have resident fun fact guy and WVU Extension 4-H Extension agent Mikey Withrow here to kick the shows off tonight with some indoor exhibits. So sit back and relax. We got a full night for you.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Center, the best in healthcare close to home. Their locations in Berkeley County, in Martinsburg at Berkeley Medical Center, Jefferson Medical Center in downtown Charlestown. Back with more of the Youth Fair after this.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Dennett, and I'm running for a delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsini's.com.
When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
There is only one bank in the area that has been number one for 9 consecutive years in the Eastern Panhandle. City National Bank has been voted the number one bank 9 years in a row in the Journal's Reader's Choice poll. City National Bank has also been voted number one in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power and Associates 3 years in a row. City National Bank is proud to be a red ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The City National Bank team wishes all of the youth the best of luck. Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10. This portion of the fair brought to you by 15th District State Senator Patricia Rucker, who salutes all of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. As we are getting ready to show you the memorials again for today. This will be, the third time we've aired these, and for good reason.
Right.
They have been influential people to the youth fair, so we want to make sure we give them the honor that they deserve. So back to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
And just before we get into showing those to you, just imagine when you are at the fair how many people it takes to put on the youth fair. It's hundreds of people, and some people just, honestly, they're just they're so committed and dedicated. They're there from sunup to sundown and every day of the week. And honestly, they probably take their vacations and everything all revolving around the youth fair, and just give of their time, give of their money, and give really of their heart. And their family becomes really an extension of the youth fair. So these 3 individuals that we're going to show you memorials for tonight all have contributed in significant ways to the Berkeley County Youth Fair, and honestly just made our community better for what they have given back to us. So let us all be inspired to do better and to give more based on their testimonies and those just the stories behind their involvement in the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Our first one tonight we're going to meet and see is Miss Charlotte Shade.
Becoming an ardent 4-H Club member in 1953, Charlotte diligently worked to uphold the 4-H values. As a junior leader, she enthusiastically helped younger 4-Hers complete their projects, making sure they were learning by doing and getting ready for the fair. She was always happy to help. As an older 4-Her, she was chosen to represent Berkeley County in an exchange program with a neighboring state, sharing all she knew about the West Virginia 4-H program. In 1960, Charlotte was crowned the very first Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, establishing a tradition that continues to be a vital part of the fair today. She served on the Miss Youth Fair committee, always smiling, encouraging, and loving each one of her contestants. Charlotte was a West Virginia 4-H All-Star, demonstrating and committing herself to the 5 points of the star: beauty, fortitude, love, truth, and above all, the All-Star motto of service. Leading the Ardent 4-H Club for over 28 years, Charlotte continued to build the club, receiving accolades for outstanding 4-Hers, service to the community, demonstrating exceptional 4-H achievements, and upholding a reputation of superior representation of the 4-H ideals. She worked tirelessly for 4-H, sharing and instilling the 4-H principles in all whom she came in contact with. Charlotte loved to sew and always looked forward to the style review. Other hobbies included playing the piano, taking pictures, and scrapbooking. She always had a camera in her hands. Charlotte was a proud member of the Martinsburg High School class of 1960 alumni. She is the co-owner of Ardent Equipment Repair, which was established in 1970, and a very supportive member of the community. She loved hosting open houses for customers and showing off her baking skills. Charlotte never passed up a moment to make a memory, and as she entered her heavenly home on June 11, 2020, her legacy lives on, not only at the Berkeley County Youth Fair, but in everyone she's ever touched.
And there you have it. That was Miss Charlotte Shade. Thank you so much for all that you gave to the Berkeley County Youth Fair during your time here with us on Earth. And your presence certainly will be missed. Our next memorial for the Berkeley County Youth Fair is Mr. George LeMaster, and what an incredible man he was as well. So much dedication by him and his family, and I just love his memorial and learning more about him and all that he did. So let's take it to his video for the night and learn more about George.
George Franklin LeMaster, 1938 to 2019. George participated many years in one shape or another at the Berkeley County Youth Fair starting in 1978. He was a husband to the late Sylvia Jean LeMaster and a father to Willard and Jeannie, helping with their 4-H and FFA projects. He provided Willard and Jeannie in a start in their careers in agriculture. George instilled work ethic, honesty, and integrity into them as well as everyone that was around him. George knew no stranger. He was known as a caring and outgoing individual with an infectious smile and a deep belly laugh. George volunteered in many capacities with the Youth Fair. He had 2 different tenures as Berkeley County Youth Fair president and was vice president of commercial exhibits. He was routinely seen volunteering in the concession stand during the fair. His volunteerism did not stop there. He was a huge supporter in the Berkeley County Youth Fair livestock sale, from being an auctioneer to taking bids. He also assisted in hauling sale animals late into the night after the sale and the next morning, as well as assisting with barn cleanup after a long week with a long list of committed and passionate volunteers. Additionally, he was instrumental in the consignment sales that were utilized for fundraising efforts for the Berkeley County Youth Fair. His assistance in fundraising did not stop there. He was a regular in helping to cut apples for pie sales and serving many meals. George was there to support his family and all the youth of Berkeley County. He never looked for any credit. He just wanted all the youth to have the best experience as possible. These were opportunities he did not get to experience as a youth growing up. He was involved in other aspects related to the youth in Berkeley County. He and Sylvia were assistant 4-H club leaders for the Swan Pond 4-H Club. For many years, he assisted with many aspects associated with local FFA chapters. He would assist in hauling ham and bacon hogs to harvest. Additionally, he would house hogs for ham, bacon, and egg show and Berkeley County Youth Fair projects for those who did not have their own facilities. Furthermore, George would also let FFA members cure hams and bacons and let FFA members store the meat in the LeMaster Smokehouse. Lastly, he was a regular and assisting in the making of apple butter for fundraisers for different youth and agricultural groups in Berkeley County. Because George and Sylvia's commitment to Berkeley County 4-H, the George and Sylvia Laymaster family was recognized as one of the early 4-H families of the year. This was an honor that the family was humbled to receive. George held the FFA State Farmer degree. George was honored to receive the West Virginia 4-H All-Star Award. He was so honored by this that he had a West Virginia 4-H All-Star license plate on every vehicle he owned once he was bestowed this honor. He was a proud veteran of the Air National Guard for 6 years, a local auctioneer for over 40 years, and an employee of Corning Glass for over 35 years. But most importantly, his years of volunteerism with the Beddington United Methodist Church that he was a member of his entire life. His faith was very strong. He held many leadership positions in the church and was always there to volunteer and to give a helping hand when needed, as well as being instrumental in the many church building fundraisers. One of the last things that he was instrumental in was the establishment of Camp George at Beddington United Methodist Church. This was a weekend camp that resembled Tri-County 4-H camp. He wanted the youth at Beddington United Methodist Church to have the same experiences that Willard and Jeannie had at Tri-County 4-H camp. Looking back at George's life before he went with our Lord, he spent a significant percentage of his life volunteering in different organizations and supporting the youth in Berkeley and surrounding counties. He was a wonderful man, husband, father, grandfather, brother, friend, volunteer, and most importantly, a man of God. George is and will be missed by many of the contributions to the youth and agricultural groups in the county and the Berkeley County Youth Fair. George's smile and laugh are already missed by many.
When I watched that again, I thought about the pillars of faith, the pillars of the Berkeley County Youth Fair, and how even though they're not with us physically, I can just picture them. I can picture this group of all-stars like him in heaven just looking down and cheering us on and saying how proud they are that we've figured a way. I shouldn't say we. I had very little to do with this, but just the fun part this week. But just how proud that they would be that we were able to still do something special for the kids this week. And so thank you for your example, George, and for inspiring us all. And thank you to his family for sharing that with us. And our final one for tonight is Miss Ruth Linton.
Ruth Armbruster Linton was called home October 29, 2019, after a life of service to her family and her community. And nowhere was that service more evident than the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Pages of the fair catalog could be taken up with stories and illustrations of Ruth's servant leadership to the Berkeley County Youth Fair. She and her husband Doc Linton began participating in the fair with their sons in the mid-1950s, with the boys exhibiting cattle from their family dairy farm. This participation continues to this day, with the Linton great-grandchildren still exhibiting at the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Ruth was a 4-H leader for many decades and heavily involved in FFA. She devoted her life to serving the youth of Berkeley County through these and other organizations. She was the embodiment of the 4-H and FFA mottos. She truly did strive to make the best better in whatever she was doing. And if you were helping her, you better be doing your best too. The FFA motto speaks of living to serve, and that is the lesson we all learned from her through the years and strive to carry on. It was in the kitchen that Ruth did most of her service to the fair. She raised countless dollars for the Berkeley County Youth Fair, organizing and preparing fundraising suppers, and was part of the famous Youth Fair apple pie bakers. The weeks leading up to the fair, when the fairgrounds were full of folks working to get things ready, they all knew she had a good meal and sweet tea waiting for them inside the exhibit hall. And the week of the fair, you could always find her in the concession stand, unless she had kids to go watch in the show ring. That's about the only time she could be pulled away from her work. Doc and Ruth Linton, and then Ruth all on her own after Doc's passing, received many accolades and awards. They were the West Virginia Outstanding Farm Family, and Ruth was recognized as a West Virginia Agriculture Woman of the Year. But no title meant more to her than Grandma, and everyone from her grandkids to her medical doctor knew her as such. As we talked about Grandma Linton in the days and weeks of her passing, we used the word matriarch to describe her. She could certainly be described as one of the matriarchs of the fair. She was a pillar of strength to the beautiful family she and Doc made, and also to the Berkeley County Youth Fair family. As a family, we certainly couldn't imagine what the week of the fair would be like without her. It doesn't surprise us at all that, for the year following her death, The Berkeley County Youth Fair wasn't quite sure how to go on without her, or Uncle George, or Miss Charlotte either. Despite the challenges this year has presented, this is still Fair Week. So eat some good food, drink some sweet tea, take a moment to remember those we've lost, and make some new memories with the ones you love.
That is some great advice there in that memorial at the end. And what an amazing woman Miss Ruth Linton, Grandma Linton, was for the Berkeley County Youth Fair and this community. You know, I also remember I passed the Linton Farm, or one of the Linton Farms, the main one, on the way home to my house on Route 9. And every year I've really missed seeing the big banner that's always on Route 9 there to your right, that every year the Berkeley County Youth Fair banner would go up and just reminding us of the dates. And this is such a special week for our community, and I missed seeing that this year. We should have gotten a banner that said virtual fair and put it in there. Across the road at their farm. But anyways, thank you, Miss Ruth Linton and her family, for that special memorial. And certainly she is and will be missed when we join back at the fairgrounds next year. But her legacy lives on in her family and those lives that she touched while here on Earth. And so what a great way to kick off Thursday night's virtual youth fair. Now we're in the mood, and now we're inspired, and we feel like moving on to some good stuff like the indoor
exhibits coming up
and
next.
some fun facts from Mikey, and we have a lot to show you tonight. So we'll run to this commercial break, go and get your snacks and drinks and take a potty break, and we'll see you in a bit.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Parsons Ford. They became number one by making you number one. First, Parsons. They're located on Route 45 on Shepherdstown Pike, just outside of Martinsburg. Stop by and see them to see their full inventory right now. That's Parsons Ford. We'll be back with more of the Youth Fair after this.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you. This is Joe Ferretti. You often hear me on Eastern Panhandle Talk with Rob and Dave discussing issues of the day. As an attorney, I help local residents with their questions about automobile wrecks, insurance disputes, and other types of injury claims. It's been my privilege to have served this community for almost 30 years. For a free consultation about your case, contact me at the law firm of Mansion Ferretti at 304-264-8505 or go to our website at wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Boyd Veterinary Service in Gerrardstown is dedicated to the health and wellness of your herd, offering health and reproductive services and now scheduling flushes and donor housing for fall 2020 at our new donor facility in Gerrardstown. Dr. John Boyd wants to thank all exhibitors for participating in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and wishes each one success with their projects. That's Boyd Veterinary Service, phone 304-279-0217.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the fair brought to you by Democratic candidate for West Virginia Attorney General Sam Petzonk, wishing all of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants nothing but success. As we turn our attention back indoors, the indoor exhibits will go to Section 6 and Section 7, and then we will have a few more later on in the show and a lot tomorrow early on before Mikey has to get back down to the fairgrounds to help finalize some auction stuff. We're going to start tonight with some indoor exhibits. Back over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, hello everyone. Hello everyone. Here we are. We're ready to jump into some projects to showcase all of the talent of our 4-H'ers out there. And before we get started, Mikey has agreed to give us a little bit of history on the youth fair so you understand when it got started and when projects were first introduced to the fair. So take it away, Mikey.
Absolutely. Thank you again for allowing me to be in studio. So everyone knows that, well, I shouldn't say everyone knows. So the Berkeley County Youth Fair actually officially started in 1947. Okay. And that was the first year for the youth fair itself.
1947. Let me write that down.
1947. That'll be definitely be a test question.
Started. All right.
And a lot of people will remember before that there was kind of a Berkeley County fair, but it was not necessarily designated for youth. And that originated all the way back in 1916. So in the first show that they held, there were 15 exhibitors, and 12 of them received some type of award that went out. And, you know, it's changed drastically since those times. Then again, it changed in 1940. Camp Frame held, well, I should say 4-H held a 4-H fair. And they had kind of the first kind of livestock, I guess you would say, that was competitive in the 4-H program. And it was only 5 hogs and 6 crates of chickens.
And that was up at Camp Frame.
That was at Camp Frame. So that was all the way back at 1940, I believe, is the year that they did that.
Got it.
And then, of course, we've kind of seen the ebb and flow of change since then of different things.
Sure.
So, you know, pre-county fair, you actually used to have kind of district fairs.
Okay.
So it would be like Bunker Hill Fair, Inwood Fair. So there's a lot of fair history that all kind of surrounds our county. And, you know, the Berkeley County Youth Fair is very blessed to be part of that rich history of fair.
Right.
So very glad to be able to add, in addition to that, this, you know, as much as we hope next year's different, definitely an interesting fact that we'll be able to look back on later on.
Can you imagine in a decade from now, Matt, they will be talking about us?
Hopefully in a good way along with this. But
remember that year
that we went virtual.
And we spent a whole week in a studio with a virtual fair. It's been incredible. So that's a great fact. That's good knowledge to know. And I wonder how many of you out there knew that 1947 was when the Berkeley County Youth Fair kicked off. I didn't, but I have it in my fact notebook, so I'm going to remember that one. So next we're going to go into some of our indoor projects. We've been doing those a little bit, sprinkling those throughout every day because there are so many of them. And so we have some today, right now. And then we're going to do some, I think, later on tonight as well. And then more, we'll finish up with all of the indoor projects tomorrow. So if you've been wanting to know and watching for those because you have one, or your daughter or son, or I don't know, anyone that you know has one, they will be between today and tomorrow sometime. But right now we're going to do indoor project section 6, and you're going to tell what we're going to see, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So Section 6 begins our mechanical science with electricity. So we have a couple of entries in the beginning projects, Magic of Electricity. So your first exhibitor should be exhibitor number 121, Parker Custer from Southern Cross 4-H Club. And in this, they are required to build a circuit that will actually, if you watch, it'll control the light. And it's made with items that they could, you know, foreseeably have around the house. But it's all constituted that completes the circuit with a paper clip. Coming up next, and he will be receiving a first premium ribbon. So exhibit number 121, Parker Custer, a first premium ribbon.
Wow.
Exhibitor number 240, Mr. Colton Flint from Tuscarora. Again, very similar project. In these, they are all building essentially the same project. And the reason for that is so we can see if they followed the details and instructions to, specifications, modifications that we are directly looking for. So they all put their own little flair on it, but it's the same project. So Mr. Colton Flint, exhibitor number 240, will be receiving a second premium ribbon. Next class is Magic of Electricity Year 2. There are 2 entries. First one is number 269, Mr. Isaac Crumley. Very similar in nature, but we add more items to it, so they are actually connecting 2 different points of contact, and it makes it magnetic. So that is the purpose of this one, is to make that electromagnetic field with their project. So Isaac, number 269, does a phenomenal job of that, and for that he will be receiving a first premium ribbon.
It looks like he's really enjoying doing that.
They do. You definitely pick projects that you like. We always advertise this is like the fun version of school. You pick what you like, and if you don't like it, you don't pick it next year.
There you go.
So next entry is number 292, Miss Madison Sign from Tomahawk 4-H. Again, you can see the kind of the pile of paper clips there in the middle as she starts to get her project stirring. Kids love, seeing what happens when they do all this work. Yeah. So it's a great way to kind of see.
Reminds me of the game Operation.
Very close.
Anybody ever play that growing up?
So we've actually had kids build Operation after their project. So that is kind of the principle behind that project. Yeah. So Madison, number 292, will be receiving a second premium ribbon.
Great job.
On to class 3, we have a single entry, number 361, Miss Maggie Browning. I would say this is one of my favorite ones to see displayed. So she adds the battery, and then she adds it on here, and you can actually see it, the magnetic pull that it creates. To me, I just think it's cool that our kids are capable of building this level, of project. There's not too many young adults that are mastering electricity and understanding the principles behind it, and Maggie does a phenomenal job. Again, number 361 receives a first premium ribbon. Jumping down to Division 7, Aerospace, Robotics, Rockets, and Computer Science, we have a single entry in Class 1, Rockets Away. Exhibitor number 328, Tucker Zimmerman from Southern Cross 4-H Club. So for this, they are learning principles and dynamics behind a 2-liter water bottle rocket. So you see they actually have the setup there that they will use the bicycle pump to charge. So when we've done these at camp for some time, and it's always fun to watch the kids expression as we can shoot some of these 2-liter bottles up 40, 50, 60 feet up in the air.
I'm sure they love that.
So Tucker does a great job with his project, and he does an even better job explaining it. So for all of his great work, he is going to be receiving a second premium ribbon. Next entry is in Class 6, Discovering Computer Science Through Scratch. Will be entry number 443, Reese Watson from New Seekers 4-H Club. For this, they are required to take some of the diagrams that they create in the actual Scratch program and put them on a board and explain what they do. The reason for this is the beginning basic steps of computer programming. And it encouraged them, we have a strong STEM presence, and it's one of the mission mandates of 4-H. And, to see this level of quality of product is amazing. So Reese, number 443 from New Seekers, will be receiving a first premium ribbon.
All right. That does it for us for section 6.
That is 6 and
7. All right. Well, that is all the time you get, Mikey.
For now.
For now. That's right. We'll bring you back here a little bit later. Actually, you probably will stay here in the studio with us and.
I was going to say, it's a fun fact, man.
Drop in a fact here and there because we are getting ready to kick off the Dairy Show. And Miss Susie Davis is in the studio. We're going to get her back down here, down the hallway to help us with that. And we'll be right back to start that show right after a word from our sponsors.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons, a full-service family-owned funeral home, proudly serving the area since 1880. Back with more from the Youth Fair after this.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out of there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by 63rd District House of Delegates Democratic candidate Daniel Bennett. Have a great youth fair and continue to strive to be your best. It is the dairy portion of the, can't even say evening yet, it's still afternoon, I think. It's not quite 5 o'clock yet, but we are starting with dairy tonight. So back over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, thank you, Matt. It's early in the evening, 4:45. We're right on schedule, and we are about ready to introduce our dairy show for 2020. And with me in the studio, we have Miss Susie Davis and Bob. I was going to say Bobby because he was here the other night. Mikey Miller, the other Mikey. Yes. So they are going to. Mikey is actually the chair of the dairy show. Welcome to the studio. Here, we'll see you in just a second. And Susie is going to introduce all of the exhibits as well. So for all those who've been waiting for the dairy show, we're just about ready to kick things off. And before we get started, before we take the camera to them, we actually want to show the awards for this show. And we'll bring those up on the screen, and you can see what all will be awarded throughout this particular show. Tonight, there they are. So that is what we will be presenting this evening by the end of the show. Very good. And now we'll throw it over to Susie and Mikey, the other Mikey.
The original Mikey.
The original Mikey. Okay. So here we go. We're going to kick things off with the dairy show. Welcome.
Thank you.
And so I know you guys want to. Do you have a bio to read about the judge, or can you tell us who the judge is?
Yes,
there
I
we
can.
go. Okay, great.
But I would like to make this official Dairy Day. Always on Dairy Day, we always say first thing, it's Dairy Day at the fair, and it's the best day.
Does
ever.
that mean we get ice cream? Because
you know what? We do.
Oh my goodness!
For over 35 years.
This might be my favorite day now.
We're trying to talk the beef people into getting on the ship with this, but they haven't got it on.
All they did was make me hungry.
Yes, but it's for 35 years. Swan Pond 4-H Club started it. Bev McDonald and Dean McDonald were 4-H leaders of that club at one time. And they started making ice cream for their club on Dairy Day down at the fairgrounds. Okay. And it has continued. They are no longer club leaders.
It's now it's on to Casey.
Casey's taken over it, and they still make ice cream and hand it out to everyone, just not their club. So we love Dairy Day.
Oh, I'm going to always look for that on the schedule of events and for future fair days. What day is Dairy Day?
The ice cream just arrived.
Thursday.
Yeah, the ice cream just arrived.
And
you're lucky we're in here.
An assortment of flavors, so it's the best day ever.
Oh my goodness. Okay, excuse me while I slip out for a second. No, just kidding. Let's move on. I'm ready to learn. I want to learn about the dairy show and all the exhibitors tonight. So,
okay,
yeah, let's get started.
Our judge,
our judge.
You wanted to hear about our judge?
Definitely.
Our judge tonight is Jessica Harris, and she grew up in Frederick County, Maryland. She's actually been with us before. In 2015, she was the judge for our show, and she was raised on a dairy farm. She was involved in 4-H and FFA, and she participated in dairy judging as well as showing her jerseys and Holstein cattle.
Okay.
Jessica attended Virginia Tech. She studied dairy science and agribusiness, and she was on the judging team at Virginia Tech and competed at both national contests. After graduating from college, she started working for Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit as a loan officer out of the Winchester, Virginia branch. And for the past 5 years, Jessica has worked to improve financial solutions to a variety of agricultural customers across the Potomac region.
Sounds like a great judge for this segment or this show. So thank you for introducing her to us. And just also before, as we get ready to get started, for the dairy show itself, can you give us just an overview of what we're about, what all is included in tonight's show? What are we going to see, and what does this typically consist of? Also, how has this year's show, being virtual, made things different from a judging perspective? What can't they do, and what did they do in terms of how they placed and awarded?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Fair Association and you guys. This has been a wonderful opportunity for the kids to be involved.
Okay.
And, a lot of people threw it out the door and said, we're not doing anything, but kudos to everyone involved who made this happen. I think probably the one thing that kids will miss the most is showmanship.
Sure.
And, of course, that's all about the kid and not the cow. And but other than that, they've got an opportunity to work with their animals and present them. So you're going to see a variety of breeds tonight, as well as ages, and we're looking forward to a good show.
I'm looking forward to learning. Let's go. Let's start it off with Class 9. Yeah.
Our first class are junior heifer calves, and these are calves that were born March 1st of 2020 and through May 1st of 2020. And we have two breeds in this. Typically we start with our color breeds, and those would be your brown Swiss, your Ayrshire, anything that's not a Holstein. We call it color breed. Okay. So we're going to start with Paige Knott, who has a brown Swiss. And Paige is from the Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. And you can see Paige and her reasoning for her ribbon. It says, despite being the only brown Swiss junior calf, I really admire the correctness of feet and legs on this heifer. This calf tracks straight and correct on her hind legs. I also appreciate her depth of rear rib. If anything, I'd like to straighten her up between her hooks and pins, and a great job with your video.
Good job. Well, that's nice.
You can see where she's positioning her and making her look good. Do I say the ribbon?
Not yet.
You can see. You'll watch today as the young heifers. You'll see when the camera is towards you, they will have the front leg back.
Okay.
And then that is so that you can see that they are unfreshened.
Okay.
And then as they get older, they will put that front leg forward so that you can see the fore udder attachment and the rear udder attachment.
Okay. Good to know there. All right. So we just had one in the junior heifer calf.
Right.
And now we'll see the
We're moving on to the Holsteins.
Okay.
And we have 4 in this section. We have Haley March. She's exhibitor 68 from the Arden 4-H Club. And you can see she's a nice little heifer, straight top line. I should read what she says, though. I placed this class at the top of the class because of her style and correctness of feet and legs. She tracks straighter on her hind legs when viewed from rear, and she has a straighter, more correct set to her hooks. She is straighter and across her top line, and however, I would grant that she does need to be cleaned up a little bit between her head and neck and rump.
And I know we're throwing these breeds out. There's actually 6 main breeds of dairy cows that we have in the United States. It's going to be the Ayrshire, the Brown Cis that we saw in Class 1, a Guernsey, a Holstein, which is on the screen now, Jerseys, which we will see after a while, and then the Milking Shorthorn, which we saw the beef version yesterday.
I remember that name, yeah. Okay.
Our next entry then, after Haley, is 151, and that's Ashton Lazarick from Hedgesville's FFA chapter, another Holstein. You'll notice the coloring. Some of them are a little more black, a little more white. And Ashton's remark is she definitely has an advantage in depth and spring of rib over the other calves. She also exhibits more width and strength, holding herself together behind the shoulders and having a more correct, thorough placement. Cute little heifer.
I'll say somebody finally said cute in studio other than Mary Beth.
Not excited.
Not excited.
Yes.
They're all cute.
She'll be excited when we start talking ice cream again.
I'm learning. I'm really observing here.
These are the ones. And again, with the dairy heifers, you want them straight across the top line. As you've mentioned in the other shows, you want those feet to be supportive and giving them good stability. Our next exhibitor is 214, and that's Leland Shoemaker from Swan Ponds 4-H Club. And Leland, I appreciate the strength and depth of rib of this calf. The other heifers in the class are straighter and stronger across their top line and exhibit more dairy character, especially through their hocks. Great job getting her head up when you have her set up. And of course, when you're showing, you always want to show to the heifer's advantage. You try to pick out what her weaknesses are and make her look good.
And there's also a red and white version, correct?
Yes, and we will see one later on. There are some red Holsteins in this. And that is a genetic, well, we can talk about that later, recessive gene. Okay, and our last entry is Catherine Melchek from Spring Mills FFA chapter. And Catherine has an advantage in cleanliness and correctness over her feet and legs. She's cleaner through her head and neck and has a flatter boned hock than the other calves. She was also straighter and more correct in her set of hocks. I appreciate the style of this class, but she was too frail for me to go any higher in the class. So you can see she's, again, a nice top line. She's got her feet placement correct, and she is presenting her heifer very well.
Very nice. So that's all 4 in that class,
Right.
and we're ready to move on to...
Are we doing any
placings
for this one?
Yes.
Placing first. Now, typically with this, what we'll do is we have a first place for each breed.
Okay.
And those individuals will come back for dairy heifer, grand champion dairy heifer. So placing first for the brown Swiss with the blue ribbon was Paige Knott from the Scrabble Scramblers Club. Placing first for the Holstein was 68 Haley Martz. She received a blue ribbon. Placing second was 151 Ashton Lazarick from Hedgesville's FFA chapter, also with a blue ribbon. Placing third was Catherine Melchek from Spring Mills FFA chapter, and she received a blue ribbon. And placing fourth was Leland Shoemaker from Swan Ponds 4-H Club, and he received a red ribbon.
Great job. Well, that was a really cool first class of sampling of the dairy show tonight, and learned a lot already. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, let's turn the page and see. Susie probably already knows. Intermediate heifer calves. So we have those coming up. And stick with us. We have more of the dairy show coming up right after this word from our sponsors.
This portion of the Youth Fair has been brought to you by Johnny's, selling restaurant quality food at wholesale prices. Stop by and see them at their 2 locations on Route 11 South in Chambersburg, or Johnny's Express on Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. We're back with more of the Youth Fair next.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Congratulations to the participants in the Berkeley County Youth Fair. What you are doing now is so important. You are our future. As the chair of the West Virginia State Senate Education Committee, I am working to ensure that you have the opportunity to be the best you can be. I am rooting for you.
Paid for by Rucker for WV, Lynn Staton, Treasurer.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
I'm Natalie Tennant. As West Virginians, we'll get through this crisis together. We've been knocked down before, and we get back up. I've been there with you, and I'll be there again working for a better future like I did as Secretary of State. By modernizing the office, I saved you money and gave it back, lowered fees and helped businesses create jobs, and made voting easier. We need that kind of leadership again. It takes courage, vision, and cooperation. I know we can do this, West Virginia. I believe in you.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by West Virginia State Treasurer Republican candidate Riley Moore, who salutes all of our youth for participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Back with more from the dairy portion of the, you can call it evening now. It has crossed over into 5 o'clock. So happy hour, Thirsty Thursday. Grab a beer and watch the rest of the, or milk, even better, or milk. There we go. Or milk, and watch the rest of the evening. A fun-filled evening for what is already night number 5 of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Back over to our host for this evening's festivities and all week's festivities, Mary Beth Blair.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the show so far and haven't seen much activity on our YouTube channel, so nobody's talking to me out there. I want to hear from you, so make sure you get out there and chat with us, and also post some pictures of your watch parties wherever you're watching the dairy show and the horse show tonight. Don't forget to vote for your People's Choice tonight as well, all the way up until 11:59. We're back with our dairy show, and Miss Susie is going to take us to class 10 and 11.
Okay, our next class is the intermediate heifer class, and we've got 3 entries in this class of Holsteins. We start with 41, who is Cooper Knott, and Cooper is part of the Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. And the judge says this strong heifer has an advantage in straightness of line and depth of rib. She's straighter and stronger across her top line, especially from hooks and pins. She is also deeper in her forerib. So that was Cooper Knott. Next we have 153, who is Brian Long. And Brian is part of the Mount Airy Winners 4-H Club. And this, the judge says, this stylish heifer class, places high because of her cleanliness and correctness of feet. She is cleaner through her head and neck, across her shoulders, and down through her hock. She has a straighter, more correct set in her hock. And you can see a lot of times as we sit in the audience, we'll listen to the judges and we'll look through and see if she or he's really got it right. And I think she did with this one.
All right, pins, hooks, and hocks. Come on, Susie, what is it?
Pin hook, that's your back side of the cow.
So if I've never seen a dairy show, where am I looking for pins and hooks?
You're going to look. It's been a long time. You're going to look right here. I'm a visual person.
You got to describe.
Okay, see that little, like there's 4 dots in the middle of that cow's stomach.
Right.
If you look to the right of that, you'll see a bone protruding. Okay, there's the pins and the hocks are back behind it. Okay, and you want those to be fairly level, so that the cow has an easier time calving. Sometimes when there's a slope to it, delivery is difficult. So there's your pins and hocks.
Okay, so that's scary. Mikey just read my mind. That's what I was getting ready to write down. I started to write down hooks and pins. I've been wanting to ask that all week, and I didn't want to ask a question that was dumb, but because I figured everybody knew what that was.
I don't know if it's good or bad that I'm leading into things like you started.
Okay, so he's reading my mind. I think we have to end this virtual show. Okay, let's get back to the class.
We have one more entry in this class, and that's Taylor Barrett. And Taylor is part of the Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. You see a nice black heifer. And the judge admires her correctness of feet and legs. She says she also lacks style and balance and depth of rib of some of the other ones. And again, depth of ribs is something you want a little spring of ribs. You'll hear that mentioned sometimes. That's so that the internal organs have room to function. You don't want anything that's too close in there. You saw her pinch the top of their top line because you want that top line to be straight. Okay, now for placings in this class. Our first place finisher was 153, and that's Brian Long, and he receives a blue ribbon. Our second place finisher is Cooper Knott, and he receives a blue ribbon also. And our third place finisher is Taylor Barrett with a red ribbon. So that takes us into our senior heifer calf class. And these are calves that were born after September 1st of 2019 and before or through November 30th of 2019. And we've got 2 breeds with this. We're going to start with our Holsteins. We have 2 entries there. We have 120, Paige Knott from the Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. And strength, she admires the strength and width of frame in this heifer. She lacks the straightness across her top line and breed character in her head and neck to place any higher. So you can look at it. And I'm trying to visualize. I read these earlier, and I'm trying to visualize what this cow looks like without having the picture. So you can see the top line there. It's not quite as straight as some of the animals, but a well-presented heifer. Our other heifer hosting in this class is Tyler Stevens, 482, from the Swan Pond 4-H Club. And gotta find it here. She has an advantage in straightness of line and depth of rib. She's straighter across the top line, is more nearly level from hooks to pins, and she's also longer and leaner through her head and neck and shows more depth of rib. So those were our two Holsteins in that class. We have one milking shorthorn, and that's number 280, and that is Julie Snyder.
Give me 1 second.
Would you like to give, did you want to do ribbons for the other class or the other sections before that? That's up to you. Would that be easier than try to find Julie?
Yeah, let's do that, and I can find Julie while you're giving those.
Okay.
If that works.
Our, the placings for the senior heifer calves, placing first for the Holstein was Tyler Stevens, and he received a blue ribbon, and placing second was Paige Knott with a red ribbon. So those are our two places for there. And typically the first place finisher, if they've received a blue ribbon, comes back for grand champion. So in this case, Tyler is eligible for grand champion dairy heifer. Now we're looking for the milking shorthorn with Julie Snyder from Musselman's. No, not Musselman. She's Spring Mills FFA. We know that. Spring Mills FFA. And our judge says there's a lot of qualities to admire about this stylish calf. She's sharper through her head and neck and over her top line and has a lot of depth and spring of ribs and is balanced throughout, being straight across her top line. Since she's the only one in this section, she also receives a blue ribbon.
And it's not a youth fair unless I see Julie with some type of, shorthorn in the ring, whether it's beef or milk. Just not a fair without it.
Right. And Julie would be eligible to come back. And you can see the top line in this and the spring of ribs in that. She's got her stretched, that hind leg stretched a little bit there, but she's a good-looking calf. And that finishes our senior heifer calf class.
All right. So they're another great group of exhibitors and animals. And we will be back after this break with our sponsors with some more of the Dairy Show, and hopefully some more ice cream. Or not more, some ice cream, yes.
This portion of the Youth Fair is brought to you by the Berkeley Morgan County Health Department at 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Phone them at 304-263-5131 or visit them online at bchealthdept.org. Back with more from the Youth Fair after this.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
There is only one bank in the area that has been number one for 9 consecutive years in the Eastern Panhandle. City National Bank has been voted the number one bank 9 years in a row in the Journal's Reader's Choice poll. City National Bank has also been voted number one in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power and Associates 3 years in a row. City National Bank is proud to be a red ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The City National Bank team wishes all of the youth the best of luck. Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate. Welcome back into TV10's Thursday night coverage of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10. We will send it back over to our host, Mary Beth Blair, in just a moment. But first, I want to remind you this portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family. The Skinner Law Firm wishes success to all of this year's Youth Fair participants. Visit them online at skinnerfirm.com. Back over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
For joining us and being with us this evening. We are in the middle of the Dairy Show, and we're about to introduce class 12, 13, and 14. Before we do that, I feel like we need some dairy cow facts, but also we had a question come in on YouTube. It says, I've always wondered why you see the ribs in a lot of dairy cows and not in the other cows. Can you answer that, Susie or Mikey?
Well, I think it goes back to what was mentioned earlier in the week when we talked about the goats and dairy. A dairy cow puts her work into producing milk. So she is not one who will carry, if she's doing her job, she's not going to carry a lot of heavy weight. So that's why you see a lot of the ribs.
In a lot of high quality dairy cows, you will not see that extra finish that you saw on the beef heifers and beef cows.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, this is an important night. Dairy night is important. They already said it at the fair. It's important. That's when the ice cream is there. But, and you know, when you think of dairy and what this particular animal does for us, and how instrumental and vital a dairy cow is, it should have its own night. That's all I have to say.
Well, at one time, the dairy cow was called the foster mother of mankind because it provided so much, not just with milk, but it could be used for meat also.
Yes.
So.
Well, good. Well, let's learn more about all the various classes. We're going into class 12.
Okay, and those are our summer yearlings that were born June 1st, 2019 to August 31st, 2019. We have two breeds of this class. We've got an Ayrshire, and that's exhibited by Julie Snyder from Spring Mills FFA chapter. And
hold her head up.
The judge, look at all the speckles there. Judge says, I admire the cleanliness and balance of this heifer. She's deep in her heart and open in her ribs. If I could change anything, I'd like to straighten up how she tracks on her hind legs. You can see she stands about a bit behind with that, but a nice looking heifer. That's our Ayrshire, and since she's our only entry in the class, she's going to receive a blue ribbon, and since she has a blue ribbon, she will be eligible to come back for the champion dairy heifer class. We've got 4 Holsteins in our summer yearling class. We're going to start with number 8, Amelia Dugan, and Amelia is from the Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club.
Not her. Should be a blonde-haired girl.
Huh.
No, that's Millie.
Oh, that's Millie. Yes, I'm
That's
sorry,
Millie.
not Peyton. Sorry, my bad.
See, when you use nicknames and you go to real names like at the fair, it's a whole different ball game.
Exactly.
So go ahead, Susie.
Okay, so Amelia says there was a top a top placing in the top 2 pairs of this class, and this particular calf has the advantage in cleanliness over the 3rd place heifer, and she exhibits more breed character in head and neck. She's also cleaner and flatter boned in her hock. So that is Amelia Dugan. Next we have 88, Caitley Benner from Musselman's FFA chapter, and she's up there ready to go. And this one is, this heifer places high because of her advantage in depth and rib and feet of legs. She exhibits more depth in her rear rib. She's got a strong pasterns and tracks slightly more straight on her hind legs from the side. She's a touch leaner in her neck, and I would grant our close 2nd place heifer is straighter from hooks and pins. And you know, sometimes when they're here and you see them walking downhill, so in the arena, they would be on straight ground, and that would enable them to look a little different than they do here.
Now, in the dairy show, do the judges, I know throughout the week, some of the judges would, I've heard that they actually touch the animal and see, so this would be another part where they would examine and see.
They could, yes, if they wanted to, yes.
Very good.
Our next entry in this is 205, Reagan Barrett from the Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. And he says, while I admire this heifer's breed character, she lacks the depth and openness of rib to place any higher in the class.
I'm saying this, just a fact in there. So cows are ruminant animals as well, as were sheep and goats, meaning that they do have a chambered stomach system. So cows have 4, rumen, reticulum, omasum, and abomasum. So, and the rumen can actually hold up to 50 gallons in size.
Good. I knew there was 4. I did not know the names of them.
No,
Wow.
glad I didn't have to know the names.
Yeah, really. Our next and last entry in the Holstein section of our summer yearling class is 381, and that's Reese Barrett from Spring Mills FFA chapter. And our judge says she placed her where she was because of her advantage in openness and rib and balance. She's deeper and wider in her rear rib than the 4th place heifer and neater in the rump with a cleaner tailhead placing. Although she would say that the 4th place heifer exhibits more breed character throughout her neck. So our placings for this class, we already know that Julie Snyder's Ayrshire got a blue ribbon. Placing first in this class was Caitley Benner from Musselman's FFA chapter, and she'll be back for the Dairy Heifer Championship. Placing second was Amelia Dugan. She received a blue ribbon. Placing third, also with a blue ribbon, is Reese Barrett from Spring Mills FFA chapter, and 4th, Reagan Barrett from the Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club with a red ribbon. So those are our 4 entries there. And we move into our next class, which are our junior yearlings, and we have a Holstein and a Jersey in this class. These are heifers which were born March 1st of 2019 through May 31st of 2019. Our Holstein is number 120, and it's exhibited by Paige Knott from the Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. She saw that this heifer's almost as big as Paige here. Only one Holstein junior yearling, a heifer I admire for her strength and width throughout. I'd like to see more dairy strength throughout in this heifer. You see that short neck. Usually they like a dairy cow to have a longer, thinner neck that makes her look a little more feminine than some of the others. So since there's only one in this, Paige received a blue ribbon and placed first with her Holstein. So she is considered for the Dairy Heifer Championship. We've got a Jersey in this class, and that's exhibited by Seth Painter from Wetumpka's 4-H Club. And you'll notice Jerseys are a little smaller in comparison to that Holstein.
I noticed that right away.
The Holsteins are usually the larger of all of the herds. The Jerseys are the small.
Okay.
My dad used to say you need a blanket to put a Jersey to bed at night because they're so small and frail. But their milk is much richer than a Holstein, so it has a higher butterfat content. So, as I said, Seth is from the Wetumpka 4-H Club, and our judge comments this: only one Jersey Junior Yearling, but a heifer I really admire for her width, spring of rib, and openness of rib. If I could change anything, I'd like to clean her up around her hooks and pins. You can see hooks and pins are a big part of a dairy cow.
Oh,
You know, that levelness is important. And as she's standing there, you can see that top line's she's a little sloped
sway
in there.
back or
Sway back,
saggy,
yeah. She you know.
Okay, well, so question, when the judge says, I'd like to clean her up between her hooks and pins, what does clean her up mean? And how would you accomplish that?
It's genetics.
It's genetics.
Okay. So they want to straighten up that back end.
Right.
That way they
so it's nothing they could do. Okay.
Not this generation, but hopefully for the next generation, they could take care of it with breeding.
With younger cattle, they're looking for traits to pass on as an aged cow that's in your herd,
when they see
producing babies and producing milk.
When they see an ideal one, then that becomes the one that breeds because they are the one that have the characteristics and the traits that they want.
That's right.
So, and they actually go through an indexing process. So you want, if you are a large-scale producer, you will get your cows indexed. That way they can have a number that they can put beside it.
Okay.
So, like, one of my favorite cows of all time, the Veronica strain. I think everybody would know that term. At least this side of the table would know. But she's known to throw high percentage in the strain. And that just means that she's a very good producer and she produces very nice offspring.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now you know.
Very good.
We've got one more class before we take our break, and that's our intermediate yearlings. And these were born December 1st of 2018 through February 28th of 2019. We've got just Holsteins in this class, and there are 3 of them. We're going to start with Haley Martz. And Haley's from the Arden 4-H Club. And the judge says she shows more spring of rib to her rib and width between rib than the third place heifer, and she also exhibits more strength and width than her chest between pins. And she would grant that the third place heifer shows more cleanliness across her rib and rump. And you know, the judge is doing comparison, and typically when we're in the show ring, you'll have all 3 of them there.
Oh, okay.
And so you can look, you can follow her reasonings. I did this because of this and this. And so you can follow her reasons.
So there would be, within this class, there's 3. So if we were in the ring at the youth fairgrounds, we would see all 3 exhibitors with their animals. And she would go, the judge, he or she would go each animal. They would have a microphone and they would actually be telling the crowd what they're seeing and what.
Typically, yes. They would place them. They come in and they do a circle. And then she places them in her order.
She'll move
then
them
she'll
and
come
place
over
them
to
in.
the table and she will do her remarks.
Okay.
And then we as the exhibitors, or not exhibitors, but the people who are following can follow along with her train of thought.
Okay.
And it's always interesting because you'll find some judges like particular things and they'll go heavy on that. And then next year that might not be important to that judge. So,
that's
good.
It's, okay.
So
learning
that was Haley Martz. Our next one is Kaylee Thompson from Hedgesville's FFA chapter. And let me turn the page here. Kaylee, now you see this is a red Holstein.
Okay.
And this is a recessive trait. The red gene is recessive, and you can get that by breeding, just like we talked earlier. But this red heifer has a lot of style. She's stronger across the top line, especially in the loin, while on the move. And you can see that she is a very compact animal. So that's Kaylee Thompson. Kaylee is a Linton, and the Lintons are descendant of the Lintons, Ruth and Doc. And Ruth and Doc have had a descendant in the dairy show since 1953. There was one year they told me there was one year in the 70s that they had some herd health problems that they did not show, but they were there. Our next exhibitor is also a Linton, and this is Madison Elliott, 113 from the New Seekers 4-H Club. And their judge says, while I admire the cleanliness of this heifer, she lacks the depth and openness of her rib to place any higher in the class. So you can see and sometimes she looks almost linear. There's no indentation there back where the mammary system would start. So that is kind of a way that you can tell that spring of ribs.
Okay.
So our placings for this class, placing first with a blue ribbon was Kaylee Thompson. Placing second with a red ribbon was Haley Martz. And placing third with a white ribbon was Madison Elliott. So that finishes up our intermediate yearly heifer calf.
All right. Well, there we are. We are through another segment of our dairy show. We still have a good bit to go throughout the evening with our dairy show, and more to come, more awards, and we're getting close to a champion drive, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We've got one more class, and we'll have our junior champion.
That's right. Class 15 is coming up, and then we'll have a champion drive. So stay tuned for that, and we will see you right after this break from our sponsors.
This portion of the Youth Fair has been brought to you by Orsini's. Stop by and see PJ and the gang, as they're great supporters of all things of Berkeley County and all things of Martinsburg. Stop by their new showroom and location on Hack Wilson Way, just off of Route 9 in Martinsburg. Back with more of the Youth Fair next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Boyd Veterinary Service in Gerrardstown is dedicated to the health and wellness of your herd, offering health and reproductive services and now scheduling flushes and donor housing for fall 2020 at our new donor facility in Gerrardstown. Dr. John Boyd wants to thank all exhibitors for participating in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and wishes each one success with their projects. That's Boyd Veterinary Service, phone 304-279-0217.
3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. southberkeleypharmacy.com.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. A quick scheduling reminder that's starting Friday night at 10 o'clock, going all the way through the weekend on one big loop. If you missed any of this week's fair action, it will be replayed all weekend long. We're going full on Sunday to Sunday. We started Sunday. We're not going to end until Eastern Panhandle Talk starts on Monday morning. It'll be Youth Fair all weekend long, so if you missed anything or just want to watch the whole thing from start to finish again, get some popcorn, get your favorite beverage, and sit down and watch it all weekend long on TV10. If you don't have Comcast cable, then you can always go back and find it on WRNR TV on YouTube. This portion of the program brought to you by West Virginia's Secretary of State Democratic candidate Natalie Tennant, who wishes all of the youth participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair all the success they deserve. Back to this week's host, Mary Beth Blair.
So, Matt, if I'm hearing you correct, it sounds like we've got a BCYF marathon coming up.
Yep, yeah. You can binge watch the Youth Fair.
Binge watch the Youth Fair 2020 Virtual Fair. Can't imagine, but hey, if you missed anything, really, every day has been full of facts and information, knowledge, and incredible young people with their market animals and exhibits. I've been so impressed. Dave and Rob on the morning show this morning asked me what was my big takeaway from last night, and I could have said this fact or that fact, because boy, I learned a lot last night with the beef show and the poultry show. Really, I learned so many things, but for me, the takeaway has been all week long how impressed I am with the young people and how many hours they put in, and some of these exhibitors who have multiple, lots and lots of entries, and it just really, that's my takeaway. I feel so good about our community, just seeing all the goodness and all the hard work, and just it's really been impressive. So I've enjoyed that, and that's been my big takeaway. But we did get, I think it was to the TV10 Facebook page, Kresha sent a message to me, Matt, and asked Carolyn wanted to know if Susie was said she's holding back on us right now, and said at Dairy Day she's always full of trivia. So here you go, Carolyn. I've asked Miss Susie to give us some trivia, so here it is.
I'm a little caught off here because I'm
You've got so many trivia
not really,
bouncing around in your head.
I think the trivia was brought up because it was a way to learn our history.
Yes.
If you knew what has happened in your past, it's always important. So I guess the only thing, I'll go back to the original standby. We have a milking parlor down there, and it's an educational milking parlor. You can go twice a day. Mikey operates it, and some of the Linton girls are in there, and my sister was in there before, and so it's made for educational. So the trivia question for the day is, who was the first cow that was ever milked in the milking parlor?
Okay, so that's the question, and so when we go to break, I hope that there are some answers. Kresha, let me know if anybody knows the answer to that, and when we come back after this next break, we'll let you know if anyone knew that. You know what, I just had a visual, too, of my dad when he was sheriff. He got to come down, and when he was running for office, that was one of the things you all would do, is you would have the candidates milking contest. And I love that. I have pictures of him milking cows at the youth fair.
Matt Miller actually milked a goat on air one year.
Seriously?
We were doing a remote live, and he milked a goat on air.
Wow.
So,
kudos to him.
Election year, they always tried to get people involved, just so that you see what was going on.
Yeah.
It looks good because the calves are cleaned up and everything, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of work that goes into that.
During Fair Week, how much milking of the cows happens? Is it just like it would be at the farm? So twice a day, and they actually would take their animal to that milking parlor, the milking parlor, and they would do that. And what's on average? How long does it take someone to do that each time?
It usually takes between an hour and a half at the fair, depending on how many cows are milking.
So that's I guess there's always people in there, huh?
No, just in the morning and the evening.
Oh, so okay.
5 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the evening.
We need a picture. I need a visual of that. So that would be a lot of cows in there at once, right?
No, 2 cows at a time. We milk 2 at a time.
Okay. I want to see that. I need to see a visual of that. Somebody put a picture up on the Facebook or something so I can see what the milking parlor looks like.
Okay. And actually, I don't know, Mikey, at one time they sold the milk to the milk company at the end of the week, and so the profit then went back to the fair.
Back to the fair.
It wasn't wasted. It didn't go to down the drain.
That's great. Awesome. Okay. Well, we are going to move on to class 15, and we'll hear the placings and ribbons for that. But then it takes us into the champion drive, right?
Right.
Very good. Here we go.
We've got our senior yearling heifers are left before our determining of the Dairy Heifer Championship, and these heifers were born September 1st, 2018 through November 30th of 2018. We've got Holsteins and Jerseys, and our first exhibitor is Gracie Linton with a Holstein, and Gracie's from the New Seekers 4-H Club, and the judge says, I admire the cleanliness and balance of the senior yearling heifer. She is stylish while on the move, walking with an uphill run. She is also clean over her withers and rib, flat-boned in her hock, and I appreciate her depth of forerib. I'd like to see maybe a little more levelness from hooks to pin. So that was Gracie Linton. She was our only Holstein, and so she will receive a blue ribbon, and of course will be eligible for the championship class.
Okay.
Our next class is Jerseys. And we've got 2 entries. We're going to start with 229 Benjamin Byers from Mount Airy's 4-H Club, Mount Airy Winners 4-H Club. And this heifer says, the judge says, she lacks a little bit of openness and rib to place her higher in the class. I admire the correctness of her feet and legs and stylish frame of both heifers in the class. So that is Ben's heifer.
Very nice. Different.
See, I think
the color of that is very unique.
They're a very beautiful heifer. And actually, at one time, they had horns which grew out in the center, and it would be very common to see a chain with a locket around the forehead of a Jersey. This goes way back in the day.
Okay.
Our other entries in this class is Nicholas Byers from the Mount Airy Winners 4-H Club. And our judge says about Nicholas heifer, she has an advantage in rib and strength of frame. She exhibits more openness and capacity to her rib cage. She is deeper and wider in her chest and has more spring to her rib. I would grant that the second place heifer is cleaner across her ribs, and she admires both heifers for their correctness of feet and legs. So the feet and legs, you can see she's walking on a great set of legs there. So ribbons for this class, placing first was Nicholas Byers, who received a blue ribbon and will be part of the Dairy Heifer. And our second place finisher is Benjamin Byers with a red ribbon. So that finishes up our heifer class. And so now we're ready to go for our champions.
Let's do it. I'm excited.
Okay. So
Miss Hannah Alt, Miss Youth Fair 2019, has joined us in the studio, by the way. Hello, Miss Hannah.
Hello.
Good to have you with us.
I love being here.
Every day of the week, she's been here. She's been faithful, and she is going to take over with Matt tomorrow and help MC all evening. And I'm going to do a little segment for closing us out for this year's virtual youth fair, but I'm going to turn the reins over to Miss Hannah. It's because I had a prior engagement for a wedding for someone who is very close to me. So anyways, I'm totally feel 100% comfortable turning over everything to Hannah. She's going to do an amazing job, and she is going to help you, right?
Right.
With the big announcement right now.
Okay.
So, yeah.
The Grand Champion Award for the Dairy Heifers will be they'll receive $25 given by Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit, and the Reserve Champion will receive $10 from Mr. Sherman Beard Memorial.
Great. We couldn't do it without those sponsors.
No. And usually at this point I say, hey, make sure you send your thank you notes to the sponsors so that they
will keep on doing it.
Giving.
Yes,
right.
Exactly.
Our Grand Champion Dairy Heifer is 153 Brian Long, and that's that intermediate heifer calf that was a Holstein.
Let's check that one out. Okay.
And our Reserve Champion is our Milking Shorthorn, exhibited by Julie Snyder.
Very nice. What number is she? Did you
She
say
is 280, but she is the senior heifer calf class.
I played roulette. Is that the right one?
Got
two in there.
I know. That's why I asked you early. No, that's her senior. I think that's her senior.
There it is.
There you go.
Yep.
There you
My
go.
niece,
So
I
that's
should
it.
know.
Yeah. So those are our champions, and they will come back later on in the show for overall female champion of the show.
Oh gosh,
So
so
they
they
were
keep
eligible.
moving on.
Yes, they
Wow.
do keep moving
So
on.
if we were at the fair, those people who keep rising to the top, do you have them like they go to a certain like holding place, or they go right back to their stall, and because it's a long evening, and then they get called. So you have a lot of runners calling people, getting them.
Right.
You're that's your job, Mikey. That's fun.
And that class would have had all of the first place winners, which were 10 or 12 in that, and so the judge would have picked out from there.
Wow, that was a pretty big class there then all together at the end. So all right, so we're done with that group now, and we're going to head into a short break and come back and get started. Tell us what we're going to do when we come back,
We're going to start with our milking cows.
Okay.
These are cows which have calved and are actually producing milk. We're going to start with our junior 2-year-olds.
The milkers.
Yes, the
Okay,
milkers.
great. Let's see that when we come back after this break. Thank you so much for staying with us. We have more of the Dairy Show coming up after this commercial break.
This portion of the Youth Fair has been brought to you by Hagerstown Ford. They're changing the car buying experience. See their full inventory online at fordofhagerstown.com. If you type in hagerstownford.com, the internet's a great thing. It'll take you to the exact same website. Again, that is Hagerstown Ford, sponsoring this segment of the Youth Fair. Back with more of this year's 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair next.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
Hi, this is Talk Radio WRNR and TV10's Rob Mario. My family first stayed at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake in Maryland several summers ago, and we've gone back every summer since. La Bella Vita is owned by Martinsburg residents who've meticulously decorated and furnished this amazing mountaintop vacation home with breathtaking lake views that is only 2 hours away, featuring 5 bedrooms, 5.5 bathrooms, a fireplace, a large family room with an 85-inch TV, a hot tub, and multiple decks. There's lots more of the La Bella Vita experience to enjoy, including Deep Creek Lake itself, a 3,900-acre lake with 69 miles of shoreline. It's a great combination, and it's waiting for you. So take it from somebody who's been there multiple times. You are going to love staying at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake. For more information, visit the Facebook page or contact Tailor-Made Deep Creek Vacations and Sales, or call 301-750-2182.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by 2nd Congressional Democratic candidate Kathy Kunkel, who wishes the best to all of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. Back over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Thank you, Matt. And we're getting ready to head into the next segment of the dairy show, which is our milking cows. And I'm excited to see what they are, how they differ, how they look different, just hearing what the judges say about them, what makes a good one. And so we're going to hear more about that. We haven't gotten, I don't think so. Let me look at my text here. Did we get anybody? Nope, not yet. I don't have any answers to the trivia question that Miss Susie shared. Go ahead and ask that one more time.
The question is, what was the name of the cow and the owner of the cow that was the first one to go through the milking parlor?
Yes. So the first cow in the milking parlor at the Berkeley County Youth Fairgrounds. Come on, you guys. I know you're out there watching. You know the answer. Someone send that in. Either text Mikey or send a Facebook message to TV10. Do something to. We'll come up with some kind of little reward for you if you answer Susie's trivia. Yeah. How about? Oh yeah, we're having ice cream. McDonald's ice cream. It's so good. Strawberry ice cream is what's for dinner tonight. So that's so yummy. We're gonna jump into our class junior 2-year-old milking calves, but I've been told to. I must do this, so I'm gonna do it right now and get it out of the way. Miss Hannah, you have something you want to do.
Yes. So, on behalf of the whole Berkeley County Youth Fair, we got little presents for you and Matt. But just to say thank you for everything that you guys have done this week. Without this, our fair wouldn't have been possible this year. So, we're all very, very appreciative of everything you have done this week.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From Matt and I think we might tear up a little bit.
I'll let you do the tear for both of us.
You'll be sad when this week is over.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to be, counting all sorts of animals in my sleep for at least a week.
For a long time.
But it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for having us, and it's been an honor, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Hannah. And back over to Susie for the dairy show.
So we're going to go in with our milking cows, and are going to start with our junior 2-year-olds. And these were born March 1st of 2018 through August 31st of 2018. And we've got 2 breeds in this class.
Okay.
We've got a Guernsey, and we have a Holstein. We're going to start with our Guernsey, which is Haley March, 68, from Arden's 4-H Club. And our judge says, a junior 2-year-old that you admire for her high rear udder attachment. And as you're looking there, you can see the width of that rear udder attachment, defined seam, and depth of rib. You also admire her cleanliness throughout. If she could change anything, I'd like to straighten how she tracks on her hind legs. And that's very typical. You want them to do well, and they have a mind of their own, as well as a personality. Every cow has a different personality. So since she's our only Guernsey, she's going to receive a first place ribbon, a blue ribbon with that. We've got a Holstein in this class, and that's exhibited by Paige Knott from the Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. Paige is holding her head up nice and high there. And it says, a junior 2-year-old you admire for her correctness of frame and feet and legs. This young cow has a balanced and stylish frame and tracks correctly on her hind legs. I'd like to see more dairy character and bloom to her udders.
Seriously, I've seen her in so many. She is a very frequent exhibitor.
Page Knott. Yes,
we'll have to come up with a word. I don't know what you all have a term for them when they have multiple animals in exhibits. But
she's a frequent flyer.
She's busy.
She must be.
She's very busy.
That's what I'm thinking. One animal would be a lot, and some of these have, 5 and 6, maybe. I don't know. What is the most one person has ever had in a show? Do you know? Trivia.
I don't know.
I couldn't say what the most. They can theoretically show one of each species.
Right.
Okay.
So it could be a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just like having a kid. You know, they say the first one's not bad, the second one gets a little easier, and after that, it's all
right.
So who knows?
There you go.
Okay, we've got our senior 2-year-olds milking cows. These were born September 1st from 2017 to February 28, 2018. We've got some Holsteins and some Milking Shorthorns here. We're going to start with our Holsteins. We've got Haley Martz from the Arden 4-H Club. Haley's got a nice upstanding heifer there. And the judge says this is a class that has two very different type of cows in this class. This calf has an advantage in dairy character and capacity of udder. She exhibits a high rear udder attachment, more capacity to her mammary system. She's cleaner, especially through her head and neck and across her ribs and throughout her hooks and pins. She does say, however, that the second place cow has a straighter, more correct set of hooks, or set to her hocks, stronger pasture, and a tighter fore-udder attachment. So that is Haley Martz.
Okay.
And our other Paige. We need Paige Knott. I lost my place there. Paige Knott from Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. And this says a junior 2-year-old. Nope. I, like Paige, have gotten confused. Here we go. A tight placing of two very different cows in this class. While I admire the youthfulness of the udder and correctness of feet and leg, she places second in the class because she lacks the dairy character to place any higher. So we know she's going to be second, and placing first in that class is Haley Martz, and she received a blue ribbon, and Paige received a red ribbon with
Very
second.
good.
Okay.
Great job.
And we have a Milking Shorthorn in this class. And that's exhibited by Julie Snyder from Spring Mills FFA chapter. And Julie is one who also has multiple animals.
I've seen her a lot.
Yeah. Again, a Milking Shorthorn. Not much color on her, but a Milking Shorthorn cow that you admire for her bloom and capacity to her udder and length from nose to tail. I'd like to see more balance in her rear udder and more depth of body. And as a single entrant, she will receive a blue ribbon, and she will also come back for overall champion later on. Now, do we want to go on to another class, or are we taking a break?
I'm not sure. I'm going to throw that to Matt and see where we're at, because my schedule is a little.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break, because our schedule is a little off from what I think the proper announcing should be. So let's take a break, figure out what direction we want to go from there.
That sounds great. That would be helpful. All right. Well, we're still working on the dairy show, and we've got a lot more where this all started. We've got more to come and more classes to go until we get to the final drive, right? And there is two more drives, like champion drives. Yes. So, but we'll give you a little chance to take a break, and we're going to eat some more ice cream, and we'll see you after the break.
This portion of the Youth Fair has been brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Center, the best in healthcare close to home. We'll be back with more of the Youth Fair after this.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday, I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair on TV 10, WRNR TV on YouTube as well. This portion of the program is brought to you by 60th House of Delegates District Democratic candidate Brad Knoll, who wishes all of the best to this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. Back over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Oh, thank you. I think I need to stop eating all that ice cream, all that sugar.
Ready.
This is so good. I'm still not finished, but I'm telling you, that is the best ice cream, best strawberry ice cream I have ever tasted. It's so good. Thank you to Miss Bev McDonald for taking such good care of us this week. And we are about to head into a lot of classes, right, Miss Susie, with the Dairy Show. We're getting closer to the big championship drive. So hang on, and we're going to introduce you to some more really awesome animals and their exhibitors. So go ahead, Susie. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I did get an answer.
Oh,
to your trivia. Let me find it. Kresha sent me the answer. So who do you think the actual person, do you know who it is? Okay, well, that's who answered the question.
It was the first cow through the milking parlor. And the
first cow and the owner through the milking parlor.
Do you know it? And I mean, the winner, I know who the winner is, so, but don't look at the phone. Do you know? You write it down, and then we'll see. Okay, so Rick Linton, he texted in, and he said it was his cow, and his cow's name was Sugar.
Right.
Okay, there you go. Trivia.
That's not what I had. So perfect. Great job, Mary Beth.
Well, no, it's not me. I didn't do it.
You.
So, but I did stump you. So
I tried.
Congratulations for that answer. Of course, he knew because he was
there. Right. He was there.
Okay, so let's
Sugar was around for a long time.
Oh, all right. Let's get right into our next class.
Our next class is a 3-year-old class, and those were born September 1st, 2016 through August 31st, 2017. Obviously, they're going to be 3 years old. We've got 3 breeds in this class, an Ayrshire, a Holstein, and a Jersey. We're going to start with our Ayrshire, and here's your fun fact for the day. When Dawn Pingley, who was the Youth Fair president, was exhibiting dairy animals, she exhibited an Ayrshire, or several Ayrshires. She liked the color breed. So our Ayrshire is exhibited by Julie Snyder from Musselman's FFA chapter.
Spring Mills.
Why do I say
Second
that?
time tonight.
I know. Strike 2. One more and I'm out. Spring Mills FFA chapter. And you can see that she's got a beautiful heifer there. She says, I admire the strength and width of this cow's frame. She's strong and wide in her chest and straight and strong across her top line. I'd like to see more bloom to her udder and more cleanliness throughout. And she is our only entry in this class, so Julie will receive a blue ribbon for that heifer.
Very nice.
You don't know her name, do you, Mikey?
The heifer's name there.
Uh-huh. Shame on you.
It's a bad uncle moment there.
Our next entry is a Holstein by Haley Martz from Arden's 4-H Club. And the judge says, this is a stylish 3-year-old cow that I admire for her correctness of mammary system and dairy character. She has a smooth fore-udder attachment, defined seams, and predominant veining. She's also clean over her ribs and rump. If anything, I'd like to straighten up her hocks. Okay, so we've got one jersey in our 3-year-old class. Oh, I forgot to mention, since Haley is a single entrant, she receives a blue ribbon. Our jersey in our 3-year-old class is Caleb Fox from Back Creek Valley. And you can see a nice looking jersey heifer here. I admire the cleanliness, bloom, and capacity of this cow's mammary system and spring of rib of this Jersey 3-year-old cow. I'd like to see a tighter fore and rear udder attachment and strengthen her across the top line, making her more nearly level from hooks to pin. And Caleb also received a blue ribbon for his jersey.
So this young man, he looks young to me. Maybe it's just the video that makes him look so young, or maybe it's that because the animal is so much bigger than he is. But what is it like for him what is his schedule every day?
Do you want to ask him?
Why? Is he texting you? Or is he here? Get out. That is crazy that I just randomly
You two
asked
are
that
on
question.
the same wavelength.
You've been together too much this week.
Yeah.
Okay, that's scary. But Mikey was just showing me pictures of the milking parlor.
Me in the milking parlor.
Oh, that's you?
1986 and last year.
Gosh. That is so interesting. I'm coming down to visit the youth fair when all this is
to do
over.
that.
I mean, I come down there every year, but I don't get behind the scenes. I never had a behind the scenes pass,
Right.
and they told me I have a parking pass now and a behind the scenes pass. Do you need one of those, Matt?
We usually have both because we're there
Gotcha.
broadcasting live, but I'm not sure I have the behind the scenes. I have the parking pass.
Wow.
I don't know if I have the VIP pass.
A lot of people come down in the evening for the entertainment and think
Right.
that's the great. But for us, I would say
Yes.
most of us at the table, the fair is during the day. And
During
about
the day.
Agreed.
5 o'clock, it's over, and it's time to go home and not fight those people. Not that they're not important. Not that you all are not important.
No, I understand what you're saying, but the heart of the fair is really what's happening during the day.
Right.
Honestly, I didn't know that just any old person like myself could come down during the day. I never realized that. So
we used to have big attendance from there.
Uh-huh.
And at one time, and this is going way back, when the fairground was behind Martinsburg High
Right.
School on Raleigh
I remember
Street,
that. Uh-huh.
the state, or not the state, but the superintendent of schools always made an appearance at some point in time during the activities because the fair and the school system were both connected.
Wow.
So, yeah, back in the day.
I can't even, it's so hard to think about it being there now because it's such a small field. And to think of that everything fit in there, I can still see it, close my eyes and see the exhibit hall and, right there at the corner. And how you ever fit in that space.
It wasn't quite as big.
Right.
There
wasn't quite as big as it is now.
No, it wasn't
Right.
quite as big.
Oh my goodness. So
It was a good time, though. We've got a 4-year-old cow class next. We've got a Holstein exhibited by Cooper Knott from the Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. Cooper's doing a nice presentation there. And our judge says, a powerful 4-year-old that I admire for her strong udder attachments and strength throughout. She's deep in the heart and wide in the rump. She has a high and tight rear udder attachment and smooth rear fore udder attachment. I would like to change the set to her hock and see her a little sharper over her head and neck and in her pins and thighs. So you can see there's a close-up of the fore-udder attachment. See how smooth that goes in there?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want something that cuts up into it. You want it to blend in. And look at the wideness throughout that rear udder attachment. It's a very nice heifer. He receives also a blue ribbon for that heifer. And after our age cow, or our 4-year-old class, we're going to go into our aged cows. And these are cows that are 5 years old or older. And they could be up to, how old was Myra when she left? 8, 9, 10?
No, she was older than that. Matt got her when he was 9 until he was 12, until he was 21. And then I showed her 2 years after that.
Yeah. So some of these cows have been around, and they're almost as famous as some of the exhibitors.
Oh my
gosh. We remember them fondly. Our aged cows, we're going to start with our Ayrshires. We've got one entry, and that's Brian Long from Mount Airy Winners. And this, our judge says, a strong Ayrshire cow that I admire for her bloom of udder and correct frame. She has a strong rear udder attachment and exhibits bloom and capacity to her udder. She also tracks on a correct set of rear legs and is straight and strong across her top line. She'd like to see her have a more defined seam and a more levelness on her udder floor. So that is an age.
I have a fun fact for this one. So the Ayrshire herd as a whole, so there's different genetic lines. So the Raman Ayrshire breed or herd is one of the oldest herds in the country, and that is actually one of the cows in that genetic line. And it's Brian's first year showing.
It's a nice looking heifer or cow. And Brian received a blue ribbon for that. We've got one Holstein in our age cow class. This is Haley March from the Arden 4-H Club. And Haley's remarks, she says, I admire the balance in this cow's mammary system and milky quality to her udder and frame. She is level on the udder floor and balanced in her rear udder and sharp over her top line. Nice looking. She also receives a blue ribbon for that heifer. We've got a Jersey. Actually, we have two Jersey age cows. Okay, and this is Benjamin Byers from Mount Airy Winners 4-H Club. And our judge says this powerful and stylish Jersey age cow has an advantage in correctness of her mammary system. If you look there, you can see the udder, how it's bloomed and its attachment. She's got a good spring of ribs. I'm getting away from. She had a higher, wider rear udder attachment and a more defined seam. She shows more bloom and fullness to her udder. And she mentioned also that she had a nice, closer front teeth placement. So that's Benjamin Byers. And his brother Spencer Byers, also from Mount Airy's 4-H Club, has a Jersey age cow. There we go. And this animal says, while I admire the cleanliness and correctness of the feet and legs of this age cow, she lacks the bloom and correctness of the other ones. So Spencer was getting a little help from Big Brother there.
Because he had broke his arm. We saw him the other night.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So, and you see that a lot of times. We've got very few exhibitors and lots of cows to bring back, and people jump in and they'll take the lead of the halter and then bring them in for the other classes. So our places for this Jersey section, Ben Byers received a blue ribbon, and Spencer Byers placed second, and he received a red ribbon.
Great job.
And our last class of the day is the dry cow class. And these are cows which were born before September or after September 1st of 2017. And a dry cow basically means she is not producing milk at this time. They take a little time off before they have their next calf, so she's not lactating. We have 2 entries in this class. We have Mason Elliott from the New Seekers 4-H Club. And I think this calf's named Bryce, if I'm not mistaken. And our judge says, while I admire the youthfulness and correctness of the feet of this cow, she lacks the strength and depth of rib to place any higher. So she is, and you can see there's not much of a mammary system there.
No, not at all.
With a dry cow. And then our last entry in the show is our Holstein exhibited by Hannah Canby from the Tomahawk 4-H Club. And our judge says about this dry cow has an advantage in strength and power. She is deeper and wider in the chest with more depth and openness of her rib. So she's a nice looking cow that walks uphill. You can see how her front end is walking uphill. Not much, and we don't know how much. And at this point in time, the judge may say to her, when will she be freshened, or when will she have her calf again? So the places for this class, Hannah Canby placed first with the blue ribbon, and Mason Elliott placed second with the red ribbon.
Very nice.
So that takes us up to our champions.
Okay, well, we're going to make them wait.
Okay,
for the champions.
I think we should.
And we'll take a break. And when we come back, we'll get ready for that big champion drive, and that will end out our 2020 Dairy Show. Right. It's been great. Thanks for being with us so far. We still have a lot more to go throughout the night. We'll see you back after this break.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Parsons Ford. They're located on Shepherdstown Pike, Route 45, just outside of Martinsburg. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first. Parsons. Back with more from the Youth Fair after this.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate.
I'm Natalie Tennant. As West Virginians, we'll get through this crisis together. We've been knocked down before, and we get back up. I've been there with you, and I'll be there again working for a better future like I did as Secretary of State. By modernizing the office, I saved you money and gave it back, lowered fees and helped businesses create jobs, and made voting easier. We need that kind of leadership again. It takes courage, vision, and cooperation. I know we can do this, West Virginia. I believe in you.
Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate. Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Libertarian candidate for West Virginia Governor Erica Kulinich, who encourages all of us to support the youth participating in this year's Virtual Youth Fair. Back over to the host as we're about to give some big awards here live on the air. Back over to the host, Mary Beth Blair.
Thank you, Matt. And we are about to wrap up our Dairy Show of 2020. It's been full of great competition and great-looking animals, and we now we get to hear who shined out. I guess shined the most. I shouldn't say shined out. Shined the most and brought the top winners tonight in this Dairy Show. Susie, tell us all about it.
Take all of our milking cows, and those are from our junior 2-year-olds up to our dry cow. We put them all in a class, and we're going to determine our senior champion. And this person will receive a cash award given in memory of Fred Gold Butler.
Oh, yes.
And that person, our senior champion, is 229 Ben Byers with his Jersey H cow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And our senior reserve champion is a cash award given in memory of Sherman Beard, or Mrs. Sherman Beard. And our reserve champion is Haley Martz, and that's her 3-year-old Holstein. So those are our senior champion. And at this point in time, if we were at the fairground, we would bring our junior champion in and our senior champions.
Okay.
All 4 of them would be in the ring. And we would determine a grand champion female of the show.
Okay.
And our grand champion female of the show is given a cash award by the Roy Davis family and a banner by Rolling Acres Farms. That's Wayne Mung and his family.
Okay.
And we saw some of his grandchildren showing today. And our grand champion female of the show is Benjamin Byers' Jersey H cow.
Congratulations, Ben.
And our reserve champion, our senior reserve champion, is also a cash award given in memory of Mrs. Sherman Beard, and the banner by the Rolling Acres Farm, Wayne Mung's family, and that's Haley Martz's 3-year-old Holstein.
Very nice. Congratulations.
Yeah. So those are our big winners. There's one more award that's given out, and that is, it was started years ago as part of the Eastern West Virginia Holstein Association. They would always recognize the highest placing Holstein, and that award goes to Haley Martz, her 3-year-old. So those are our awards for the night.
Well, congratulations to this year's Dairy Show winners and to all the exhibitors in the Dairy Show. You guys did an incredible job, taught us a lot here in the studio, and I'm sure at home, out there in the community, you've learned a lot tonight through this Dairy Show. Do you have one more trivia for us before we close out?
Actually, I do have one trivia fact.
Okay.
There is a West Virginia State Dairy Princess.
Okay.
And there have been 10 individuals from Berkeley County that have held that title.
Okay,
and
so
I have their names if you want to hear them. I actually have the names.
Yeah,
in here.
so we don't have time to wait for somebody to rattle them off. So let's just give them recognition for that. Let's do that.
The first one was Karen Butler Vinoy,
Uh-huh.
who exhibited beef, interestingly enough, at the fair, and she was 1975. Then we have Elaine Butler Bobo. She exhibited dairy at 1982. We have Kathy Stutler Key in 1992. We have Stacy Huffman Whitworth from 1993. Crystal Linton Thompson, 1995. Julie Linton in 2000. Whitney Henry Hessler in 2008. Shelby McDonald in 2012. Michaela Miller in 2015, and Carly Ryman Gall, your dog chairman, in 2016.
Carly.
So those were the West Virginia Dairy Princesses from Berkeley County. We've had a couple dairy maids, which are the runners up along the way, but those are
how does one become West Virginia Dairy Princess or Queen? Was it Princess?
It's a princess. It's
Okay,
a West
yes.
Virginia Dairy Princess. They have a contest at the West Virginia State Dairy Show.
Okay.
And you apply, and you are interviewed, and then they have a presentation on the stage, and you're asked questions, and then you represent the dairy industry throughout West Virginia for
so
the year.
that they would travel and try to educate and spread awareness of the dairy industry.
Right.
Very good.
Right.
Wow. And 10 from the Eastern Panhandle.
10
Or
from
from
Berkeley
Berkeley
County. There have
County.
also been some from Jefferson County. But
That's
I don't
pretty
have
impressive.
that information.
Yeah.
It is.
Wow. Well, congratulations to all those Berkeley Countyans who've held that title. We are any closing words for the dairy show or to the exhibitors or anyone else?
No, typically at this point we'd say, hey, don't forget to write those thank you notes and
Yes.
thank your mom and dad
Sure.
for helping you out throughout the summer. But again, kudos to you guys and the Fair Association for putting this on and making it work.
Well, good.
It's been great.
It's been a pleasure. We've had a great
Yeah,
time.
I was
And
going to say the same thing.
yeah. Well, thank you, Mikey and
you for what you've
Susie.
done.
Thank you so much for making dairy night so pleasurable with ice cream and all that good stuff. So it's been great. We've had a great time with this show and learned a lot. And we are going to take a break now. And when we come back, we're going to start the horse show. So get ready for that. And we'll be back in a few minutes.
This portion of the Youth Fair is brought to you by the Berkeley Morgan County Health Department. They're 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Give them a call at 304-263-5131 or visit them online at bchealthdept.org. Back with more of the Youth Fair and to start the horse show next.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
Rumors are flying. There's this big merger everyone is talking about. Two real forces in the world joining forces. This is big stuff, but it's all rumor. Is this merger really going to happen? If so, when? Where? Who else is involved? Mergers of this stature affect a lot of people. At Bechtel Jewelers, we say, sir, it's time to confirm the rumors. This is Lori from Bechtel Jewelers. It's true. People are talking about you and that woman you're so crazy about. It's so obvious to everybody that you're meant for each other. And yes, talk about two forces in the world. You, her, watch out, world. So get in here. Let's find the diamond and the setting. Just perfect for her. Just what she's dreamed of. Then get back to her pronto. Down on one knee, open that little box, say those few words. She'll probably say more than a few back. Of course, when she sees her diamond, she might not be able to say anything at all, except the one word that confirms that beautiful merger. And then spread the news. Confirm the rumors. This merger is happening. Bechtel Jewelers, Route 11 South in Inwood.
Find them online at BechtelJewelers.com.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
Congratulations to the participants in the Berkeley County Youth Fair. What you are doing now is so important. You are our future. As the chair of the West Virginia State Senate Education Committee, I am working to ensure that you have the opportunity to be the best you can be. I am rooting for you.
Paid for by Rucker for WV, Lynn Staton, Treasurer.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. southberkeleypharmacy.com. Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body. Let's talk trash, because when it comes to trash, you have options. Panhandle Dumpsters is a local family-owned garbage hauling company serving both residential and commercial customers with weekly trash pickup, dumpster service, yard waste pickup, and bulk pickups too. Panhandle Dumpsters will give you a free trash can and provide curbside service for just $23 a month. Panhandle Dumpsters features a fleet of quieter, eco-friendly garbage trucks, thereby reducing the noise usually associated with pickup. Switch now and save up to 30%. Call 833-DUMP-STR, panhandledumpsters.com.
Boyd Veterinary Service in Gerrardstown is dedicated to the health and wellness of your herd, offering health and reproductive services and now scheduling flushes and donor housing for fall 2020 at our new donor facility in Gerrardstown. Dr. John Boyd wants to thank all exhibitors for participating in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and wishes each one success with their projects. That's Boyd Veterinary Service, phone 304-279-0217.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair on TV 10. We have finished up the dairy portion of the evening. Now going to transition to the horse show. So back over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, thank you very much, Matt. The horse show is up next, as Matt said, and it's going to take us all the way, I believe, into the 9 o'clock hour. Maybe. We've got a lot to go through, and I'm excited about it. I don't know if anybody tuned into the radio station this morning and heard the horse show chair, Erica Reiner, but she did an amazing job. I said, that's right? Okay. Yeah. I said it, and then I looked at you, and I'm like, oh my gosh, did I? Okay. Anyways, so Wendy, I'm taking good care of her for you. Right. So so many categories, so many fun things to watch in the horse show, and I am just going to have my ears open, eyes open. I can't wait to learn more in this particular show, and I'm just going to throw it over to Erica. First, we're going to show you the prizes like we've done in every show. Matt, bring up the award picture.
We were going to, and I'll have Mikey come around and look. I don't know if I have an award picture for this.
There should be
several.
Should be several.
Oh, okay. That's probably what it is.
It should say like junior division.
Well, we can show it later.
Contest.
We can open with it in one of our opens of another commercial break.
Well, let's do that.
Okay, that's fine. So, well, I'll just go ahead and throw it right over to you, Erica. Welcome. She's the chair of the horse show. And Miss Judy Sechrist is back in with us as well, the livestock chairperson, or not chairperson, but just livestock.
Our boss. Head honcho.
Head honcho. Yes, exactly. She's in charge of it all. And all of the chairpersons. So, Erica, tell us of what we're going to see tonight. And tell us who the judge is, or if there's multiple judges, you can tell us about that. And what are we going to see throughout the night?
So our judge for this year's horse show is Lisa Beckwith, and she is a judge based out of Virginia. And I have worked with Lisa in the past. She is a very knowledgeable individual with what she knows in the horse industry. And as far as what we're going to see tonight, we're going to start off with the showmanship classes. So the showmanship is going to be based around the conformation of the animal, and the exhibitor's job is to otherwise showcase their animal. So they have pivot points around the horse that typically when we are doing the conformation classes, or what they're otherwise known as the halter classes, the judge maneuvers their way around the animal, and then from there the exhibitor will pivot at certain points of the horse to then again showcase, to show their best qualities, and just really kind of put it out there. Here it is, here's my animal.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So do we want to go ahead? So this is showmanship, and we're going to get started. You'll introduce them and tell us what we're seeing.
Yeah.
And do you have judges' reasonings that you will read through?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get started. If Matt's ready, I'm ready
Sure.
to see them.
So for Class 1 Senior Western Showmanship, we have one exhibitor. Her exhibitor number is 218. Her name is Adriana Dunbar, and she is from the Denim and Dust 4-H Club.
I'm going to say, with those long legs, interesting fact about horses is they can actually run within 15 minutes of the mother giving birth, correct? The mare?
That's probably a typical time frame. Yeah, absolutely. And did you know that was one of Secretariat's most noticeable traits when he was first born, was his ability to quickly stand?
Quickly, yep.
Yep. And as everybody will see here, what the exhibitors have to do is execute a pattern. So the patterns challenge the handler to properly square up the animal, again, to showcase the conformation as best as they can. As you can see, she's holding the horse, or essentially she's cradling right underneath his chin, and that's going to otherwise tell the horse, let's go ahead and square up and be ready to be judged. And Adriana was our only exhibitor, so she placed first in our senior Western class.
All right. And now we're doing the junior Western
yes, ma'am.
showmanship?
So
Okay.
now we're moving on to Class 2, the junior Western Showmanship, where we have two exhibitors. Exhibitor number 157 is Cheyenne Grove from the Valley Star 4-H Club, and exhibitor number 243, Damian Jenkins. I'm not sure of his 4-H club, or the 4-H Horse Club, it says here, excuse me.
And you'll hear a little bit difference in the placings and announcements. And the reason why is because in horses, they do not just give out the blue, red, and white ribbons. They actually do place ribbons, so they have 1st through 8th, I believe. So they're awarded based on what place they get in the class, rather than other livestock where it's quality judged.
Okay. Correct. And you'll notice as well that each of the disciplines are dressed to their discipline. So the Western classes here are otherwise outfitted with long sleeve shirts, the cowboy hats, or as Adriana had in the previous class, in a full body showmanship outfit. A very blingy, very fancy.
Oh, wow.
And winning that class was exhibitor number 243, Damian Jenkins. Second place was Cheyenne Grove.
Well, good job to both of them. Congratulations.
All right, and we did not have any exhibitors for Class 3, so we just jump on to Class 4, the Junior Contest Showmanship. And in here, we're looking for 2 exhibitors. Exhibitor number 466, Briley Anderson with Valley Star Club, and exhibitor number 469, Brian Anderson from Valley Star as well.
So I know that you're looking at these and thinking, oh, how big this animal is. The tallest horse on record was actually a Shire, which is a breed that's more of a draft breed, named Samson, and he was actually 21.2 hands tall. I know you say the term hands, and it's a unit of measurement we use, which equates to about 7 feet 2 inches tall. Wow. So this one's big, but they can get a lot bigger.
That's for sure.
Now, which number was this? Was this 466 or 469?
This is 466, now going to 469.
And the contest division is what is otherwise deemed the speed classes. So typically in the contest division at the fair, we would have our barrel racers, our pole benders, the 50-yard dash, the flag race, different things to that nature. So some people may be wondering what exactly a contest division is, and that's primarily where our speed events come from.
And speaking of speed, the fastest recorded sprinting speed of a horse is actually clocked in at going 55 miles an hour.
That's fast.
And that is far above a normal gallop, which is about 27 miles an hour.
Okay, so we're going to hear how they did, right?
Yes, ma'am. So in first place for this class is exhibitor number 469, Brian Anderson, and placing second is exhibitor number 466, Briley Anderson.
Very good. Well, what a great start to our horse show. That was awesome. And we're going to take a break now, and then we're going to come back. And what will we have when we come back in, Erica?
We will have 2 more showmanship classes to then round out before we start our undersaddle classes.
Undersaddled, what's that mean?
So undersaddle or on the flat, there's different terminology, but this is where we will actually see the riding portion.
Oh,
so the riders...
Exciting.
The horse is under saddle.
The horse is under saddle, that's correct.
Okay, makes sense. I just heard I didn't think through it, Mikey.
I didn't say anything.
Some things are self-explanatory. I just didn't.
Are we taking horses to her?
I would say we can bring a whole herd of horses.
Okay.
I can call the Andersons and they can hook us up.
You have to wait before you go to the break. This is hilarious. Last night around, 11:30, I was trying to wind things up and get my brain to shut down, and my daughter texts me from her room, and she's like, Mom, there are people out on our street. I can hear them talking. I cannot fall asleep. So I nudged my husband. I'm like, Rob, Lexi can't sleep. She can hear people right out on the street. And the first thing I thought of was, no, he didn't. I thought for sure that Mikey had delivered on pigs, goats. I don't know, what was it, cattle last night? I didn't know what we were going to end up with.
This is the time for Parade of Champions.
It is.
But
Parade of Champions happening at Mary Beth Clare's house.
Thank goodness nothing. It was just kids out late, laughing, giggling, keeping us awake. So
this portion of the... I'm trying to turn my mic on there. This portion of the youth fair brought to you by Johnny's, selling restaurant quality food at wholesale prices. Visit their 2 locations on Route 11 South in Chambersburg. Also, Johnny's Express, Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Back with more of the horse show next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
The Eastern Panhandle Conservation Division has a goal in Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County to provide for and promote the protection and conservation of West Virginia's soil, land, water, and related resources for health, safety, and general welfare of the state's citizens. To contact the EPCD about floods and blockages in streams near you, contact 1-866-823-5663, or for other inquiries, visit them at wvca.us or call them at 304-558-2204.
Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com. Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out of there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Having a lot of fun in the breaks here in the TV10 studios. Quit the laughing. Come on, guys. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by 63rd District Delegate John Hardy, who wishes all the participants in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair the best of luck. Back over to our host, Mary Beth Blair, to continue the horse show.
Well, I'm just going to give a shout-out right now to Sherry Dieter Davis. I don't say it quite like Rob.
You got to emphasize the Dieter.
Sherry Dieter Davis.
Yeah.
Is that how he does it?
Nobody can do it like Rob.
Okay. Well, nobody can. You're right. But anyways, Sherry, if you're watching, I don't know if you're watching at home, but thank you so much for all that you did all week long behind the scenes leading up to the show, because she put all the logs together with all the numbers and all the breaks and all the awards, and just so that it would keep us on track all night long. So thank you so much. We're going to get back into the horse show in a second, but I want to remind you at this point, because we're in a new show, that you might have just tuned in because you wanted to see the horse show, and we are a little bit early starting it, so I hope everybody tuned in plenty early and you haven't missed any. But if you did miss any of tonight's Thursday night show, you can find the links for all of the archives of each day. They'll be on the website, berkeleycountyyouthfair.org. They'll also be on YouTube for TB10 WRNR. You can find it there. But also, we announced earlier in the night that the BCYF Marathon kicks off at 10 o'clock. As soon as we close out tomorrow night, the youth fair, they're going to reopen it and do a marathon, right, Matt?
Yep, starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow night all the way until our programming starts Monday morning at 6 a.m. with Rob Mario. It will be all youth fair,
Berkeley County Youth Fair. So we are just going to replay everything so you can catch it all there. Don't worry about missing a thing. Right now, remember the People's Choice Awards. You can vote for those by going onto the website and clicking on the button below at the bottom, and you can vote for only the shows today. So the Dairy Show and the Horse Show. The People's Choice Awards can be voted on tonight.
Do we want to see the awards? I got them all up now. Do we want to do the awards now?
Yes,
We can
let's do.
There's multiple
Okay,
awards, which is what threw me the first time.
So we're going to, as we go back into the horse show and pick up where we left off, we didn't get a chance. We normally start the show with all the pictures. We mentioned that, and we couldn't find them because there's multiple ones. So here we go. We're going to show you all the awards that would have been given in the ring would we have been at the Youth Fair grounds.
All right, this one is the contest award followed by the Costume Awards. Next is the English Awards, followed by the Gated Awards, the Hunter Awards, the Walk, Trot, Jog, that's a tongue twister, Awards, and closing it out with the category we just saw, the first of a couple categories we just saw, the Western Awards.
And something you'll notice about these, the ones on the back wall, the Reserve and Grand ribbon sashes, those actually are put on the horses versus the ribbons that were laying on the table. Those are what actually hang on kind of the stalls. So you saw a couple different variations of what the ribbons actually look like instead of just the blue, red, and whites that we traditionally give out.
Yeah. Definitely could see the variety there, and a lot of different competitions for the horse show.
A lot of different. And what Mikey was saying with how the sashes are hung on the stall as well, usually they're draped around the horse's neck too. To give them recognition as well.
I can remember that going
sort
through
of like
the
the racehorses
and
with the bed
seeing
of roses.
them. And I feel like it isn't. Am I correct in my memory? The horse show or the horse barn. I mean, they really decorate their barn stall or what is it, barn door?
Or
the stall door right there.
Yep.
And they're themed, I guess, because this is part of the costume contest. So I just know I can remember seeing some really, really creative things in there.
Absolutely, we would decorate the stalls based off the theme of the fair.
Okay.
Or just off the theme of the horse in general. Sometimes their registered names get very creative and very unique. So the owners just kind of make it their stall decoration that much more unique. So they have pictures over their course of showing, and sometimes, like when I was barrel racing, my colors were lime green and purple. So everything was lime green and purple, and they'll do it to that nature too. So it's very horses are fancy, and they'll bling out very much so, no matter what you ride. So it's a lot of fun.
We should encourage everybody out there, post some pictures of previous years' stalls, because like I said, that really left a impression on me from going to the fair and looking at the animals. I remember seeing some really creative stuff. So anyways, let's get back into the show, and I'm not sure where we are. Oh, junior English, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yep, so now we're starting Class 6. We have 4 exhibitors total, but to start off with is Exhibitor 294, Mackenzie Stout from the Tuscarora Indians 4-H Club.
And again, you notice those offset eyes as the horses make the approach towards the camera. It does give them that ability that they can nearly see 360 degrees, but again, they do have that blind spot. And they also have the bigger eyes than any other mammal that lives on land, I believe.
That is very cool.
I'm blowing Erica's mind that I have all these horse facts.
You are well prepared, Mr. Withrow.
This has been every night.
That's awesome.
Again, and I don't know if you've said this, but I immediately noticed for the English showmanship, immediately noticed her costuming and was different.
Yeah, her attire has completely changed. Yes, ma'am. So for the English riders, you'll notice that they have on their show jacket. So that's, of course, a typical piece that normally a white button-up shirt, or they can get very fancy with the paisley prints, the flannels, and a lot of times a field pin on the jacket. Breeches are what's otherwise known as the pants that they wear, and then tall boots. So that's the attire that you'll notice for the English riders.
Very good.
All right, and our second exhibitor is exhibitor number 332, Addison Hott, and she is from the Denim and Dust 4-H Club. And at no point during the conformation classes or the halter classes can they touch the animal. All this has to be done by voice commands, by body positions. Very seasoned halter horses will know just by the position of their handler where to stand, what to do, where some make it just look completely effortless.
And horses are a faithful animal, and part of that has to do with the longevity of their life. You know, a typical lifespan is somewhere around upwards of 15 years, leveling out into 20 to 25 year range. So these are around for a long amount of time.
Wow. And in this particular category with junior English, how long have these young ladies, men, how long have they been showing, would you say, when they're
some of these kids have been shown since they were in lead line classes, which is just, you know, where sitting on a saddle, parents or their trainer leads them around. So they could have a great deal of experience beforehand. But then there's some kids who just are that eager to learn, where within a year or two they come right out of the gate and they act like they've, you know, been born to do this.
That's good to know.
All right. So our third exhibitor is exhibitor number 344, Chloe Craighead, and she's from Denim and Dust 4-H Club.
I'll say, knowing that, you know, you see a lot of that random ear movement going on as they go throughout, and that hypersensitivity that they have in their ears. Horses actually have 10 muscles in their ear that help them flex versus the 3 that humans have. Okay. So any movement that you have with your ear will happen in 3 at least areas, and horses have up to 10. So that's a very cool fact.
And you know their mood by the way their ears are. Sometimes they can be listening to you. Sometimes they are incredibly angry, where they'll lay their ears almost flat to their head. But then when they're happy or they're listening, they could be forward. So like Mikey said, they could definitely... You can tell a lot just by their ears. All right. And then our last exhibitor for the class is exhibitor number 439, Jennifer Price from the Tuscarora Indians 4-H Club.
Now, is this, we call this a class, or what do you call the various different... So this is Junior English is a class then, or
the Junior English Showmanship?
The Showmanship.
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
so
It's a class.
What different ones, when you had your horses and you were participating in the fair? What did you experience all of the different ones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Sure did. It would change year to year, but typically we stuck in the Western divisions. And then primarily moved to just the contest. So we did a lot of the speed stuff. But my favorite was the trail courses, maneuvering the trail. That was a lot of fun.
Are we going to see that?
Unfortunately,
I was going to say, how did they set up a trail course?
Well, and that's it. So I took the trail course and some of the other ones out because... As you'll notice, a lot of the kids have some really nice arenas that they're working out of. But I just remember as a kid growing up, I didn't have that ability. So for safety reasons, you know, just again, going back to when I was a kid, all I had was a big open field with lots of rocks and possible groundhog holes. So to avoid injury and the kids feeling pressured to want to compete, I kept it very bland and just did what I could across the board to make sure that everybody had a good advantage to participate.
That's good.
Yes, ma'am. So our winners for this class, in first place is Mackenzie Stout, exhibitor number 294. And in second place, we have exhibitor number 439, Jennifer Price. And in third place, we have exhibitor number 344, Chloe Craighead. And rounding out the class in fourth place is Addison Hott, exhibitor number 332. And our grand champion for this class is going to be Mackenzie Stout, and our reserve junior showman is Jennifer Price.
Wow, congratulations, everyone. Now we have one more, right? I can't read that. Something showmanship. What is that?
That is the gated class.
Gated. Okay, so one more.
Yes, ma'am. So we're looking for one exhibitor, exhibitor number 277, Jody Stoneburner from the 4-H Horse Club.
I'll say, here's a trivia for, since I have Erica in here, I'm going to take full advantage of it.
Oh boy! Wait,
what
put on
is
the
the
spot.
what do you think the strongest muscle is in a horse?
I want to answer.
Well, I want you to answer.
But I'm concerned with the answer.
Then it's not the right answer. The correct answer is a band in the esophagus.
Okay, I was going to say the tongue.
It's close.
Okay.
And that band in the esophagus makes it so that horses actually cannot regurgitate or throw up. So the strength of that band would actually have the stomach rupture before it would allow vomit to
Correct.
go out.
Rabbits can't throw up either, right?
You are learning so much, my man. I'm so proud of you two.
All right, and so in first place for our junior-senior gated showmanship class is exhibitor number 277, Miss Jody Stoneburner, and she is going to be our grand champion for that class.
Great job, all of the exhibitors in this round, and we are going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back. And Mikey, come on, we need to hear some more trivia about horses when we come back. And yep, and we'll get those questions to you, or not trivia. That was Miss Susie. So you're full of fun facts. So random facts. That's right. I wouldn't say all of them are fun. They're deep. They're deep.
I wasn't going to go that far.
I love
Mikey.
you
That
too,
was a
Mary
little bit of a
Beth.
shot you just took, Mikey.
I think it's time to hit a break and take a look at our sponsors. Let our sponsors say a word, and then we'll come back. And when we come back, we get into the junior western. Under saddle
classes.
This portion of the youth fair has been brought to you by South Berkeley Pharmacy, specializing in free delivery, convenient drive-through pickup, durable medical equipment, and monthly cholesterol, blood pressure, and diabetic testing. Stop by and see them today at 5054 Gerrardstown Road in Inwood, or call them at 304-229-2400. Back with more from the youth fair next.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by 15th District State Senator Patricia Rucker, who salutes all of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. Back to our host and with more of the horse show, Mary Beth Blair.
So intrigued by the horse show tonight. There's so many elements of it that have questions about, and just thinking about, especially because there's so many different competitions within the horse show. And so we've in between in the commercial breaks, they've been educating me and giving me lots of, or I guess schooling me, taking me to school. Is that what you say? No, that's a different phrase. No, that's not. All right, let me start over. Here we are. Welcome back to the horse show, and we're right in the middle, or we've actually just gotten started, and we're getting ready to go to Junior Western. So tell us what that's all about, Erica, and Mikey, be ready for some fun facts here as we get in between some of these.
Yes, ma'am. So the Junior Western Pleasure Division, so this is based off the horse doing 3 different gaits in the Western world.
Okay.
That's known as a walk, jog, and a lope. But the junior division, sometimes they are not necessarily they don't have to lope, but in this course they do. And so again, it's just exhibiting the animal in those 3 gaits. And their easy way of going, it's a little bit different than what we would otherwise see with speed horses. And this is a very large industry with the pleasure riding.
Okay. And would you say, just really quick, I'm interested as I look at all the various entrants, did you have a good turnout for the virtual horse show? Was it hard? Is this a harder show for people to film and do virtually than maybe the other market animals?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I wouldn't say compared to the other market animals. It definitely has its challenges for the kids, but to give them a 60-second window, 1 minute flat to just record everything that they need to. Thankfully, there was that advantage to, continue to keep trying to just nail the right video. But usually when we are showing at the fair, for example, with this class 11, there's 4 exhibitors. So all 4 of these riders would be in the arena at one time. Oh, wow. And they would be required to maintain the gait that the judge orders until she relieves them of such. So, for example, when they all enter the arena, the judge would say, you are now being judged at the walk. So until she evaluates each one of the horses and the exhibitors on how they ride at the walk, she will not relieve them of such. So you may be going around the arena 2 or 3 times. And some of the bigger shows that we've ridden in, when you're getting up to the high-level circuit shows, you may be riding in a class with 50 other people.
Goodness.
So then, so once the walk is done, the judge will then give a 1, 2, 3 command. 1's typically walk, 2 is to jog or trot, and then 3 is to lope or canter. So she would, sign back to the announcer to say 2. They would say then, please jog on the rail, and then all the riders would do that same gait. And again, you may go around 2 or 3 times. You may otherwise have to navigate your way around the arena to avoid bumping into somebody, and you're judged on all that too. If you bump into a rider ahead of you, then that takes points off of your placing, because you should have the proper horsemanship to otherwise guide your animal around the arena properly. So whether that be quartering the arena out, cutting it in half, completing, circles to then get yourself back comfortably on the rail, and then she'll switch sides. And so each class can last every bit of 5 to 8 minutes or so at best. At best.
That's very interesting. Okay, so this was definitely a different approach.
It was different, but the kids that did it, they followed directions that that we gave them, as far as submitting very good, clear videos, and that was really great to see that these kids didn't otherwise let the pandemic affect their ability to show their animals. That's probably what makes me the most proud.
That's awesome. Well, let's get started with the this particular class, Junior Western.
Yes, ma'am. So in the Junior Western Pleasure class, we're looking for 4 exhibitors, but to start off, we have exhibitor number 157, Cheyenne Grove from the Valley Star 4-H Club.
And you hear those terms jog and trot used interchangeably, and lope and canter, and they are based on discipline, correct there, Erica?
Correct. So right now at the Western Pleasure class, this would be considered the jog, and then this would be considered the lope. And within the 60-second video as well, they were required to record both sides of, you know, how they go to the left and then how they go to the right.
Very nice.
All right, so next is exhibitor number 243, Damian Jenkins from the 4-H Horse Club.
I'm saying, and equine as a whole makes up a large amount of business industry, and the reason for that is a rough estimate of all the number of equines in the world right now is over 60 million. So this is a large industry, and you know, knowing that they buy all the tack, saddles, you know, headgear, headstalls, mouthpieces, there's a lot that goes in. Again, I will argue tooth and nail. Kids that show livestock and do equine, this is a sport, and this just proves it. Equine is a sport at the Olympics through and through.
Yeah.
Now, typically for those who enter in this show, are they bringing back the same animal every year and just trying to improve and get better and place higher and do different creative things?
There are some, yes, ma'am. But then I can tell you as well that there are, you know, a lot of riders that will then otherwise advance to another horse.
Okay.
So they may, you know, show the same horse like I did. I had 2 horses that I interchanged throughout my years in 4-H, but then there are others that have the accessibility to a different spectrum of show horses. Some that they may show on a higher circuit than the youth fair that they may travel with. So they're bringing in some really top quality show horses.
Wow.
So a lot of times they do interchange that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So our third exhibitor that we're looking for is exhibitor number 466, and that's Briley Anderson from the Valley Star 4-H Club.
Say random fact, horses don't actually have collarbones. So the horse's shoulders are held to the rest of their skeleton using a sling of muscles and ligaments that attaches it from its neck.
That's rather cool.
You know it's a good day when I'm impressing the chairperson.
That's
you know?
right. Mikey, you've always been a smart cookie, though.
So
Very
this is
sharp.
like a really random fact. I was actually vice president of the Equine Club at Potomac State College.
Is that so?
It is. 2011.
So did you ride or show, or what? Did you just like horses and like the equine club, or what was that? What was your interest there? Just learning every aspect of 4-H?
It was. So a lot of, you know, it was a smaller college. So it was WVU's Potomac State College.
Right.
And it was just all of my friends were doing it. I'm like, all right, we're riding horses this year. So I actually learned to ride horses and was on the officer team all in the same year.
Oh my gosh. Not surprised, are you, Erica?
No, not at all. No.
All right.
All
we have
right.
one more in this group, right?
Yes, ma'am. So our last exhibitor, we're looking for exhibitor number 469, Bryant Anderson from Valley Star 4-H.
And the Andersons actually do a lot of training and a lot of breeding for that purposes. And a fun fact about, you know, patrician in horses is when foals are born, hooves are covered in a soft tissue membrane, so they don't damage any of the birthing canal on the way out. And they give that tissue that's on the bottom of those feet a lot of different names, and they include like fairy slippers, golden hooves, foal slipper, leaves, gills, fingers. So, you know, there's a lot of thought and effort that goes into the makeup of horses, because if you think about it, you have to trim hooves any other time on a horse But when they're born, they're so soft. Like, you want them to make sure that they are protected through that birthing canal and birthing process.
Yes. All right, so to place this class, in first place, we have exhibitor number 243, Damian Jenkins. And in second place, we have exhibitor number 466, Briley Anderson. And in third place, we have exhibitor number 469, Brian Anderson. And then rounding out the class in fourth place is exhibitor number 157, Cheyenne Grove.
So next we're going to move into Junior Western's horsemanship, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So we have one entry here. We have exhibitor number 157, Cheyenne Grove from Valley Star 4-H.
I'm saying, oddly enough, the earliest member of the horse family was the Eohippus, and it dates back about 55 million years. So when we start talking about how far they've come from that time, the first domesticated horse was believed to have been discovered around 5,000 years ago. So, there's a large history that makes up the Eohippus, kind of division in animal science. But still, kind of, horses are relatively new, as we know them as horses, are still relatively new in that kind of kingdom.
All right.
Looks like there's not a Junior Western Grand. Is that what's next? Junior Western?
Yes. So the Junior Western Grand Champion here, I just had to make a couple little corrections on my thing, so I'm sorry if that throws you guys off for any videos or pictures. But our Grand Champion Junior Western rider is exhibitor number 243, Damian Jenkins. And our reserve Junior Western is Briley Anderson, exhibitor number 466.
It looks like, congratulations, by the way, to those winners. That's awesome. Great job. And it looks like the next thing we move into is a different segment of this category, which gate. Is that correct?
The gated division.
The gated
yes,
division.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, take us in there.
All right, so we're going to start with Class 13, which is the Country Pleasure gated class. We have one entry, number 277, Jody Stoneburner, and she's from the 4-H Horse Club.
Are most of the where the videos are being shot, would we be seeing just where they ride? Is it their property, or what do you think?
It could very well be. There are some farms, I do know, the Carper family that own Homestead Equitation Center. They offered their facility to any 4-H exhibitor to come in and be able to record their show. But it looks like a lot of these folks have either privately owned arenas, or in this case, a decent sized round pen that they can ride in to have their videos done.
Now, what's the difference between what she's showing us and what the previous one? How is that performance different?
So the gates are different. I will be honest with you, their Christian name is something that I'm unfamiliar with. But the gated horses typically hold different gaits, where we're used to the horses walk, jog, lope, or walk, trot, canter. These guys have different gaits that they go by. And again, their exact... Mikey, can you look that up for me really quick? Thank you.
So there's actually 5 gaits performed at the walk, trot, canter, and 2 ambling gaits, which is the rack, a fast lateral 4-beat, and then there's a slower gait, and it's a slower 4-beat gait as well. So there's 5 natural gaits.
Okay. All right. And then moving on to Class 14. This is the equitation class for the gated division, and again we have exhibitor number 277, Jody Stoneburner.
Now, is this the same horse she has?
This is the same horse, yes, ma'am.
But she's showing us something different.
Correct. So the equitation class is another class that requires the rider to execute a certain pattern.
Okay.
So typically what we do, and if we were at the fair for this, all the patterns would be posted and it would be the rider's responsibility to memorize the pattern. So the judge is then going to judge them on how well they execute the pattern by memory. If they are off to any certain degree, then that of course is a decrease in points. But if they're completely off course or off pattern, then sometimes they won't even be able to place in the class.
Wow. Okay.
All right. So Jody is our first place rider in this class, and she is actually our grand champion gated division rider. And that again is Jody Stoneburner.
Great job, Jody. And we are now ready to head into another break. And what are we going to see when we come back?
When we come back, we're going to see the walk trot or the walk jog division. This is open to first-year exhibitors. That is a requirement of them to complete this division to ride in before they are allowed to otherwise enter into their junior division or senior, depending on their age.
Sounds good. And we probably at some point later in the evening will be doing a livestock auction update. And also just, we're going to jump on the website, see how the auction's going, show that to you guys on this show. See, we have been told that congratulations, all animals, all 183 animals have bids on them. So good job to the community for getting out and supporting the young people who are selling. Jump on there and check out at the website for Berkeley County Youth Fair. It's berkeleycountyyouthfair.org. And if you scroll down, I think it's like midway down, there's a red button that says Livestock Auction. Click on that, scroll up, and you will see every single animal that is up for bid. And while you're at it, register to be a buyer and start putting some bids in. That would be a great thing you could do for the community. So we'll be right back after this word from our sponsors. Thank you.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons, a full-service, family-owned funeral home proudly serving the area since 1880. Back with more of the Youth Fair next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday, I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
Congratulations to the participants in the Berkeley County Youth Fair. What you are doing now is so important. You are our future. As the chair of the West Virginia State Senate Education Committee, I am working to ensure that you have the opportunity to be the best you can be. I am rooting for you.
Paid for by Rucker for WV, Lynn Staton, Treasurer. Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out of there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family. The Skinner Law Firm wishes success to all of this year's fair participants. Visit them online at skinnerfirm.com. Back over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, I hope you're enjoying the horse show as much as we are in here. We've got lots more of that now, and we are going to get into a totally different area of showing with the horses. Erica, tell us about what we're ready to see now.
Yes, ma'am. So we are getting ready to start the walk jog or the walk trot division. And like I said before break, this is open to first-year exhibitors that are bringing their horses to the fair. And the reason that this was created was because like I was explaining earlier, when you're in the arena and you have anywhere on average between 5 to 8 riders in a class, it can be very overwhelming for sorry. It can be very overwhelming for kids who are not otherwise used to showing in this capacity.
Got it.
So by giving them the opportunity to have a more low-key setting that's not as hyped otherwise by horses, running or cantering or loping around them. It gives a very even playing field for all the kids starting out riding horses.
Okay.
Yes, so for class 15 is the pleasure class for this division. We have one exhibitor number 59, who is Faith Fox, and she is actually from my club, the Hedgesville New Adventures 4-H Club.
So I can't even say that word. Plug here, so you could actually join Erica's 4-H club. Our new 4-H year begins in October.
Okay. That is a good plug. You should, Mikey, that's your job. You are the WVU 4-H extension agent, so you should be. How come you haven't been giving us a commercial for that every night?
I should have plugged it every night, but so many facts to cover.
I know, but we'll plug it. We'll keep plugging it. So anyways, back to our exhibitor. What are we seeing here with exhibitor 59? What is she doing?
All right, so Faith right now is just doing what we consider a flat class. So she is riding the gaits of the horse, and now what she is doing is she is backing her horse. So of course this is done by command with a shift of weight in the seat. Sometimes a slight pressure on the bit is needed to then otherwise tell the horse to take a step back. That is a very unnatural thing for a horse to do, is to back. A lot of times they will only back when there is a threat in place. So to ask them to otherwise do that is a little bit out of their comfort zone, but she did well.
Very good.
All right, and then we'll move on. Faith was our first place individual in class 15, and now we're moving on to class 16, which is the equitation class. Her exhibitor number is 59.
How many hours a day would you say these exhibitors spend getting ready and preparing for a show like they're in right now?
Well, I will tell you from personal experience, you prepare hours to then show for 10 minutes, which I know that a lot of us share that same sentiment about it. the horses require, different clippings. They require to be bathed. Tack needs to be cleaned. You need to be prepared as a rider with all attire in place. Boots need to be shined.
Okay.
There's a lot that goes into the preparation. And again, it's the best that you can showcase you and your animal for a 10-minute class, but totally worth it.
And if when they're there for Fair Week, when they bring their horses on, do they bring them in at the beginning of the week and they keep them there all week long, even if they're only doing a 10-minute show?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. So, of course, the biggest thing is, the public gets, educated in the horse. Industry. So we have people that frequent the barn and they get to see the horses. They get to learn about them because, again, the stall decorations.
Right.
And so they are otherwise required to stay all week. And at one point, the horse division was so large that we had the barn completely full, and then there was also stall rentals that were brought in place. Now that has since gone down in numbers, which I would like to see it increase to that again, hint, hint. But, now the kids get to have a little bit more leisure during the week with having tack stalls and just a little bit more laid back.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. So, in first place for Class 16 is Faith Fox, and she is as well our grand champion exhibitor for the Walk, Trot, Jog division.
All right. Congratulations. Great work. And next we have Junior English.
Yes, ma'am. So we are looking for 4 exhibitors in this class. This also as well starts a new division, so we're going back to the junior age bracket, but then showing in the English division. Our first exhibitor is 294 Mackenzie Stout from the Tuscarora Indians Club.
Okay.
And bringing up the fact that, there are those open tack pins and, some rec pins, that's not a bad thing, because I think our kids make that closer connection with each other because they have those areas. And I think it brings back memories of, sitting around on the top of a tack box, playing games, playing, board games on the front of the goat, hall porch. There's a lot to fair that happens during the day, and during the day is when friendships are made. That's who you figure out who you're running around with at the carnival that night. Who you're hanging out with after the sale. It kind of it fosters its own family. So I know that we always talk about 4-H family. There's truly is a sense of fair family once we walk on those grounds, and it lasts throughout the year. It doesn't end after the 7th day of fair.
Sure,
that's true. Yeah, I know that my friendships from 4-H, people like Megan Robinson and Kayla Welsh, who's now Kayla Lamp, and even other parents, Joy Campbell. We all still very much keep communication and try to ride together on trails when we can, and just, it's to the point now where we're spending time with families and their kids and as we all grow up. So it definitely, it's a bondage, very much so. All right, so our second exhibitor for the class is number 332, and that's Addison Hott from the Denim and Dust 4-H Club.
So I know we've talked about the longevity of horses. And in the 19th century, a horse named Old Billy is said to have lived over 60 years, 62 years before he actually passed. So that was the oldest one on record.
At that point, probably didn't have any teeth either.
Probably not.
Probably not. We've had some horses that lose their teeth in their 30s, so we have to soak their grain, and it's like a big Slurpee every day. And their diet plan gets a lot more broad, so that includes a supplemental senior grain that contains a lot more nutrition, as well as added supplements of alfalfa cubes or just loose supplements in general. So yeah, aging horses, they are sweet.
Aww.
Yeah. All right, and our third exhibitor that we're looking for is number 344, Chloe Craighead, and she is from the Denim and Dust 4-H Club.
I've noticed pretty much a very, very good variety, a different horse style. What is not species, not
breed.
Breed.
They're
okay.
breed.
Trying to get all my names correct
You're
and
getting
with
there.
the right animals, but so there've been there's been a great variety of horses.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
I mean, I guess there's no breed, I guess, specific that one is better than the other to ride or to show, or
No,
is it
and
preference of owner?
Some disciplines have a preference. You know, a lot of times for barrel racing, for example, they typically go for a lot of the old stock breeds. So quarter horses, paints, you know, they typically go for those breeds. But especially in the hunter ring, which is, you know, a lot of what we're seeing here in this English division, they, of course, over the years, it has, you know, spanned even into retired thoroughbreds where they're given a secondary job. So these folks will adopt them off the track and then retrain them, give them a second job, and then they're a reborn show horse.
Oh, wow.
And they thrive. It's amazing how well they do. All right, and then last entry for this class is exhibitor number 439, Jennifer Price, and she's from the Tuscarora Indians 4-H Club.
I'll say the crazy part to think is, you know, how big and deep their chest is. And a lot of people don't realize is a horse's heart typically weighs somewhere between 4 and 4.5 kilograms, which is about the size of a basketball.
And I believe that was one of the other traits of Secretariat, was his heart was almost double in size. And they believe that that contributed to his ability to run the way he could because of the expansion of his lungs and the blood flow that just gave him that increased power.
It added additional oxygen, you know, into his muscles that he could then equate back into power.
Very true. All right, and our placings for this class, in first place we have exhibitor number 294, Mackenzie Stout. In second place we have exhibitor number 344, Chloe Craighead. In third place we have exhibitor number 439, Jennifer Price. And rounding out the class in fourth place is exhibitor number 332, Addison Hott.
Well, congratulations to all of you. Very nice showing. And I believe we have one more we're going to show before we go to the next break.
All right, and if we're going to do that, then we're going to move on to the English equitation class for the junior division. We're looking for one entry who is 294, Mackenzie Stout from the Tuscarora Indians 4-H Club. And Mackenzie is executing a pattern for the equitation, again, completely by memory. So a lot of times with the patterns, I'll throw in different gaits that they have to do. So, you know, walk to this cone, trot to this cone, complete a right lead canter, circle back to cone C. You know, it can get very detailed. And when you get to the bigger circuit shows, we're talking at least 30 different maneuvers you have to make within that course.
It's a lot.
All right, and Mackenzie Stout is our first place rider for the junior English equitation class.
Okay, so congratulations to you, and we're going to take a break. Tell us what we're going to see when we come back in the horse show.
So when we come back, typically this is a hunter hat class, which would have otherwise required a couple jumps to be set in place, or what we call over fences. But again, due to the safety, we took that out. So what this is called is a bridle hack, where the horse is otherwise freehand with the rider to be ridden at the hunter pace as they would, again, mimicking a lot of what would be done in the fox hunting field.
Okay.
So we're just taking out the component of the over fences part.
Okay, great. And we have 4 people competing
Yes,
in
ma'am,
that.
4
All right.
entries.
Well, that's what we'll have when we come back then, and we're going to head into a break. And we're again a little bit later after the horse show, we're going to talk auction and give you an update. We have numbers and how many bidders and where the auction is. So we'll talk to you about that when a little bit later after the horse show. Stick with us. We still have more.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Orsini. Stop by and see PJ and the gang at their new showroom on Hack Wilson Way, just off of Route 9, just east of Martinsburg. Back with more of the horse show of the Youth Fair after this commercial break.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
Are you looking for a full-service web design company right here in the Eastern Panhandle? Then look no further than Pro Design LLC, specializing in web design and development, web hosting, and application development. Pro Design is a locally owned company serving local clients since 1997 with a reputation of quality, creativity, and personal touch. Let Pro Design build or redesign your dream website. Find them online at professionaldesign.com or phone 304-676-9940.
When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Just a reminder that each day, except for today where we had some technical glitches, the following day we will re-air the night before's show. So tomorrow at 10 a.m. all the way until 4 p.m. when we start the Friday show, tonight's program will re-air. So that's following Eastern Panhandle Talk at 10 a.m. and that will go all the way until 4, as close as we can get to 4 when we will start the Friday show tomorrow. And the marathon of the Berkeley County Youth Fair will start on Friday, so tomorrow, at about 10 o'clock. And it will just be one big loop of Sunday all the way through Friday, and it will start tomorrow night at 10 and go all the way until early in the wee hours of Monday morning. So just something to plan your weekend around if you want to watch any or all of this week's events again. This portion of the program brought to you by West Virginia State Treasurer Republican candidate Riley Moore, who salutes all of our youth for participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Back over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
It's really hard to imagine even that we're coming so close to the end and to the closing. I thought to myself how sad I was feeling just thinking about the virtual fair being over tomorrow. And of course the livestock auction still has to take place, and that will go into the night, and a lot of excitement and blood, sweat, and tears at that. But I was thinking, I can only imagine how much more it is sad when you have the closing of the fair. I mean, I'm sure you're exhausted, and I'm sure your body is probably ready for it to be over at the end of Fair Week, but I'm sure it's emotional as well. I mean, we're only doing it virtually, but can you imagine, like, for the kids and for the volunteers, and just, I can only imagine. Mikey, would you like to, no crying, but tell us what that's like the last day of the fair?
I will say it is very somber. And the reason why is, we release all the projects on Friday usually, with just a few remaining on that Saturday night. And to look around, it is a ghost town. And I've said it before, and Mikey brought it up, and Susie reiterated it. For a lot of people, what makes the fair happens during the day.
Right.
So without any of those things happening, to look around and be like, okay, this is it. This is the end. That it brings up a lot of emotions.
Sure.
A lot of things. For some, it's the last day they'll be in 4-H. I'll never forget, and I know every FFA member that has gone through this. For me, it was the last time I zipped up my jacket. And that killed me. It truly did.
Yeah.
So it is a lot of emotions.
But look at you. You're living the dream, Mikey.
Living my best life.
You get to have 4-H and youth fair every day. What, 364 days of the year, every day, all day. That's awesome. They got the right man for the job.
Which day does he skip?
Oh, did I say
364?
Which day do you take off?
I get vacation.
You get one day. One day.
Christmas is it.
Maybe it's a good thing that today is almost the last day of the fair.
I like how Erica went, it's just Christmas. You only get Christmas.
I've shortened the year now by one day. Anyways, you knew what I meant.
I did. I appreciate it.
Okay, well, let's get back to the horse show. We still have a lot left. We have another exciting class. Is that what we're going to call this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, take us there, Erica.
All right, so this is our last class that we have for the horse show tonight, and this is going to be, again, the bridle hack class. We have 4 entries. First, we're starting off with exhibitor number 294, Mackenzie Stout from the Tuscarora Indians 4-H Club.
Now, what should we tell us? What we're looking for or looking at? What are they instructed to do?
So again, for the bridle hack, this is just more of the freehand because we're taking out the aspect of the jumps. But I'm going to kind of call on Mackenzie's horse when, as you can see, the horse is very level from the ears to the dock of the tail, and that's not just because we're looking for its head to be down. This otherwise exhibits the horse to maintain a balanced body. When the horse is level along their top line, that straight line that goes from the ears to the dock of their tail, that indicates the horse is very balanced. And a lot of times they will be collected, so as you can see, there's a roundness in the horse's neck that again rounds out the top line. This again maintains a collection with the horse, that they're not just freely running, that the body is just very much in tune to the rider's cues. And the videos don't do quite a bit of justice, but she's also maintaining a very good seat, very good hands, very good leg on the animal. So there's a lot of things happening just in that little bit of riding.
But do you think that the judges knowing these things and how to really examine closely the videos and be able to go back and forth and look at that video over and over. They're looking for those things. They can still see it.
Absolutely are.
Me not knowing, I'm just looking at pretty horses, people riding, entertaining me, and so I'm not seeing all that detail, but they know what they're looking for.
They very much do, yes, ma'am. So in order to be a certified judge, they have to complete so many hours of training to judge too. So their ability to multitask, because again, you may go from a very small show here at the youth fair where they then have to go to what's considered an A circuit show and put in so many hours of judging an A circuit show, and they learn to, you know, pick out riders and their qualities and their characteristics, and then they sort of break them down, and then that's how they'll place their class.
That's good. Okay. All right. So that was the first one. We have, what, 3 more?
Yes, ma'am. So we're now looking for our second entry, exhibitor number 332, and that's Addison Hott with Denim and Dust.
Did we see Denim and Dust earlier?
We did.
Yeah.
We did.
I remember that.
And so a lot of the times the divisions are made up of different classes. So the English division here was the pleasure, the equitation, and now
so they can show in all of them.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sometimes there are rules where exhibitors cannot cross enter. So, for example, the walk jog or walk trot riders could not cross enter into a junior division because, again, there's that stipulation that the walk jog exists that they must complete for their first year. You know, but then as they get older, you know, they may switch up where this young lady may exhibit her horse in the English division, but then come back and ride in the Western division too with the same horse.
Gotcha.
And then that is where the cumulative points come from for high point winners if they were to do that. It's across the board, however many entries you have or how many classes you ride in, and that's how you can go for other awards that are offered with horses.
So I have a question. She just said high point award. Didn't Susie mention a high point, some type of a high point award in the dairy show? Someone who got the most points, because I was confused when she said that. Maybe I'm wrong, but
so they award a high point Holstein.
Yes,
and
because
it's the
I
higher
thought
scoring.
Okay, because it was a reserve that won. And I'm like, wait a second, they didn't win the grand, so how did they win the highest point?
Because it's the highest placing of that breed for
breed.
that. So it was the highest placing Holstein of the show.
Okay. Well, thank you. I had that question in there, and I was going to ask it, but
absolutely.
I didn't. All right. So we have let's see the third one in this.
Yes, ma'am. So we're looking for exhibitor number 344, and that's Chloe Craighead from Denim and Dust 4-H Club.
This looks like an indoor arena, right?
Yes, ma'am. Those are always handy to have, especially, you know, the couple farms I worked on when we were halter breaking, you know, the babies and stuff, and we could do this rain, shine, sleet, or snow.
Right. The weather wasn't a factor.
It wasn't a factor, no, ma'am. Because a lot of times we were under tight schedules with shows and stuff, so the babies had to undergo some school.
Now, when they're at the fair, does being away from their home affect them, and does it sometimes affect them in the ring? They they can't get comfortable.
It absolutely does. Horses are what's called fight or flight animals. So they will either retreat from a situation or they will move forward with it. Typically they can be very skittish, and so if they're away from home and they experience something that they're not used to, then that's where the flight mode kicks in. But then you have horses that are otherwise what we call bomb-proof, and they've just kind of been there, done that, really even kill horses. The pull and track is just right next door to the horse barn, and them tractors and trucks, some don't face some of those horses. So yes, it can take a toll on them, and especially even medically, horses that are under stress can colic. And so a lot of times, you know, we have vets on standby, not only for the livestock on the hill, but for the horses too, because they're very sensitive sometimes. The horses
that made me. I was just thinking about that when you said that. How does the youth fair secure the animals? Do you have security that stays on the property? You know, kind of keeps watch. I think that you'd have to.
Yeah, there's at least 2 or 3 people every night that stay.
I
all
can
night.
imagine if that was your animal, how, like, when you showed horses, like, you probably didn't want to leave it there, like, if you wouldn't have wanted to leave it there.
Right. Well, and I know just from years past, like my dad and a couple of his buddies, they would stay overnight to do barn watch because it is the manpower at night. You know, the parents and the kids are all very tired going home. So those who stay behind and maintain night watch on the barns are special people.
I'm sure.
And again, you know, I know my dad did that for years, and his buddy Dave Cutlip, and whose boys showed at the fair as well. But they'll stay in the barns and then walk the aisles, make sure everybody's, you know, safe, that they've got water, and that nobody's you know, having any medical needs during the middle of the night. So,
and the ring that you all showing is right there by the barn, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So do your shows kind of go on simultaneously with ones in the other?
There are times that
arena?
happens, yes, ma'am, because like Mikey said, there's so many things that go on during the day, and I know as well from times that I've had to show where I'll be back and forth with running up on the hill to then hurry up and dress for the class down at the horse barn, to then undress and go back up on the hill, and that happens sometimes, but you just deal with it as it comes. Roll with the punches.
Just trying to make sure we get all that Fair Week experience.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
I want to hear all about it and learn all about it, so it's kind of neat to hear all those aspects. So we do still have some more in this category.
Yes, ma'am. We have one more, exhibitor number 439, and that's Jennifer Price from the Tuscarora Indians Club.
I saved like my favorite fact for last. So horses actually have the ability to sleep standing up. So they actually have kind of an internal hammock kind of effect. It's a system of tendons and ligaments, and it's actually called the stay apparatus. And what it allows them to do, it allows their legs to kind of lock into position. Whereas if a human would lock into position, eventually they're going to pass out. Horses can lock into position, and they will be locked until they want to free themselves. So horses can sleep standing up.
They can.
They can. Okay.
That's as of right now.
Now, what type of horse is this? Do you know?
No, ma'am. I do not know the breed. But it is a beautiful horse nonetheless.
It is.
And that white, or what may look to be a flea-bitten color, so there's little speckles of gray maybe. From the video, I can't really tell, but boy, keeping that white clean is hard.
I can.
Very difficult.
Wow. All right.
All right, so that completes our bridle hat class, and the placings for this in first place. We have exhibitor number 294, Mackenzie Stout. And in second place, we have exhibitor number 344, Chloe Craighead. In third place, we have exhibitor number 332, Addison Hott. And rounding out the class in fourth place is exhibitor number 439, Jennifer Price. And if I may, I'd like to go ahead and announce our grand champion and reserve champion for the English Hunter division. Our grand champion, junior English Hunter, is Mackenzie Stout. And our reserve champion, junior hunter, is Chloe Craighead.
Congratulations. That's awesome. Good job. Now, there's a special award that we're going to talk about now, and I'll let you share with us a little bit about that.
So this is a memorial award of 2 belt buckles that are given to the 2 High Point winners. There's 1 High Point senior and 1 High Point junior rider, and this is the Brandy Orsini High Point Award. And Brandy, if I get a little emotional, excuse me, because this is a sensitive subject, but Brandy was a fellow 4-H'er, an FFA member, who exhibited her horses at the youth fair. She also did hogs and stuff like that. Brandy never knew a stranger, and she was always in that horse barn, willing to help kids who didn't know much about horses. Same way with the hogs. She was just an all-around amazing person. But she tragically passed away, and from the passing of Brandy, her family started the Memorial Award that honors Brandy every year by giving the High Point Senior Rider and the High Point Junior Rider a belt buckle in her honor. So Brandy rode in some of the big circuits that I talked about. You know, and she just, showing was her thing. I mean, she could flip a switch to show like it was nobody's business. She, her one horse that she had, that she exhibited in both English and Western, and she did it beautifully every time. She stepped right out of a magazine, it looked like, and but she was just so humble, and she was an amazing person that is truly, truly missed by a lot of people. So, with that, again, these are accumulative points that we have to then otherwise award the buckle. So this year's 2020 Brandy Orsini High Point Senior Award recipient is Adriana Dunbar, and our High Point Junior Award winner is Mackenzie Stout.
Very good. Thank you. Congratulations to them. And I think that, does that bring us to the end, at least, of that page? Do we have more?
That is it.
But when we come back from this break, we're going to go through all of the awards and the sponsors of those awards. So we will announce all of the horse show awards, placings, all that, whatever that whole thing entails when we get back. So we'll be back for the closing of the horse show after this break with our sponsors.
This portion of the Youth Fair has been brought to you by Hagerstown Ford. They are changing the car buying experience. See their full inventory at fordofhagerstown.com, or hagerstownford.com will take you to the same spot. This portion brought to you by Hagerstown Ford. Back with more of the Youth Fair after this.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. southberkeleypharmacy.com.
County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate.
Boyd Veterinary Service in Gerrardstown is dedicated to the health and wellness of your herd, offering health and reproductive services and now scheduling flushes and donor housing for fall 2020 at our new donor facility in Gerrardstown. Dr. John Boyd wants to thank all exhibitors for participating in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and wishes each one success with their projects. That's Boyd Veterinary Service, phone 304-279-0217.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the show is brought to you by Boyd's Veterinary Services. John Boyd is a single doctor in the Eastern Panhandle specializing in bovine herd health and reproduction, as well as food animal energy. Contact them for your needs at 304-279-0217. Back over to our host for this week, Mary Beth Blair.
We are in night 5, and we've completed pretty much all the shows. And here we are. We're going to wrap things up with the horse show, which was so fun. Erica Reiner, who is the chair of the horse show, is going to read all of the awards that were given out tonight and their sponsors, because without the sponsors providing those awards, it wouldn't be the same. We need them. We truly depend on their support for this part of the fair. So, Erica, share with us their names.
Yes, ma'am. So for the junior division, sponsoring the Junior English Awards, the trophy is sponsored by Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit.
Okay.
The neck sash is donated by the Blaylock family of Oakland Farms. Reserve Champion Trophy is sponsored by the Lynch family, and the next sash again is sponsored by the Blaylock family with Oakland Farms. Moving on to the Junior Western Division, for the trophy was sponsored by United Bank. The next sash, Oakland Farms with the Blaylock family. The Reserve Champion Trophy is sponsored as well by United Bank, and the next sash again sponsored by the Blaylock family with Oakland Farms. For the hunters, the Grand Champion Trophy is sponsored by Homestead Farm Equitation Center, and the next sash is sponsored by the Blaylock family with Oakland Farms. And Reserve Champion is sponsored by the trophy again with Homestead, and the next sash with Oakland Farms and the Blaylock family. Our walk trot or walk jog division, the Grand Champion trophy was sponsored by Farmers and Mechanics Insurance, and the next sash was sponsored by Elizabeth Lynch. And we just spoke of our High Point Buckle Awards, which comes from Brandy's family that sponsors that in her honor. The Gated Division, our Grand Champion Trophy is sponsored by the Marlowe Rutan Club, and the next sash is sponsored by Oakland Farms. And moving on to the Showmanship, who our places were there, our English Junior Grand Champion Showman will receive $35 award that is sponsored by Farmers and Mechanics. Our Western Division Showman, Grand Champion for the Junior Division, will also receive a $35 award sponsored by Farmers and Mechanic, as well as the Senior Division Grand Champion will receive a $35 award from Farmers and Mechanics. Going to the Gated Division, Grand Champion and for both Junior and Senior Division will both receive another $35 gift each from Farmers and Mechanics. The Contest Division, again, both Grand, Junior, and Senior Division will receive each a $35 gift from Farmers and Mechanics. And let me make sure I'm not missing anybody there. So that will cover our showmanship, folks. And that covers our awards being handed out tonight.
Well, great. Thank you. Thank you again to all the sponsors of the Horse Show Awards and all the sponsors throughout this entire week here with the Virtual Youth Fair, from the sponsors of the awards to sponsors of the actual show, sponsors of food, people who donated things left and right. So it takes so many people to bring this all together. So we really appreciate your support. Speaking of support, there's still one more way that everybody in the community can get involved, and that's through the livestock auction, which is now open. It opened last night at 7 o'clock, and Judy Sechrist, who is the livestock chairperson over all livestock, over all the different categories, she is going to give us an update, and we're going to talk a little bit about the auction right now.
So I've got some information from Drew. We have a number of 113 bidders so far, with 1,355 bids in, and we are about halfway to what we raised last year, and we still have a whole 24 hours.
Yes.
And I see a lot of bids coming in probably tomorrow night. Starting at 5 o'clock, because our sale is usually on Friday.
Okay.
And I think that's when a lot of these people are going to start supporting it.
They're kind of waiting to see what happens with each animal, and they're going to come in. And
a lot of people like to sit there and actually get outbid and get right back in there and bid again, instead of going in and putting a max bid in. They like to actually sit there and bid each animal
and watch it
each
keep
time.
increase and go back and forth. They enjoy
Yes.
that. Not Mike
Yes.
Hornby. He actually posted a warning on Facebook. Not a warning. He
No,
did,
it was a warning.
It was a warning.
It was a warning.
Stop bidding
You can
on
call it what
my
it is.
market lamb. Is that what it was? A lamb he's bidding on?
He was
Someone keeps outbidding him.
He was a livestock day trader today. It seemed like
Oh,
every
my
5 minutes getting a phone call. Hey, are you buying anything?
So anyway, so we're halfway there, you said, of what you raised last year in the auction. 24 hours to go. Well, tell me how it's very different this year, being virtual and being online. What was livestock auction day like at the fair? So it was basically
Mikey,
let's hear about it, because
he helps out with
this
that
year
a lot. Yeah.
it's 3 days, online,
3
and there's
days.
bidding, but totally different at the fair, right?
As far different as it can be, yes.
So would all the shows again be finished
By Friday morning.
By Friday morning, so that then everything could be prepared for. So the buyers know where
We
everyone
start
finished.
at about 7 o'clock on Friday morning. Robbie redoes the ring. We get all the kids in, pick up trash, wipe stuff down. Normally, Joy would come in, and all these people I'm throwing out are just people who help get the auction and stuff ready. Joy would come in, and we would get tables set. We would get ready and go through every single consignment form is double checked. Every single signature is checked. We double, triple, quadruple check names, spellings, exhibitor tags, numbers, everything you can imagine. It is to the wire. And it is truly, they say it's poetry in motion, and it flows so elegant. That is what sale day is.
Really?
Because it is down to, we put lights up 2 hours before. We turn the lights on 15 minutes before. Carolyn sits down about 20 minutes before. Young Farmers, Rick Linton hits us up every year with sweet tea. It comes 10 minutes before the first gavel drops. It is so beautifully orchestrated.
Really?
That, tons and tons of hours, tons of manpower are put into this,
right,
just to make sure that it does go off with the least number of hiccups. I'm not going to lie and say it's flawless every year, but
so tell me what it's like there with the businesses. So first of all, what kind of crowd do you get? How many people show up in person typically to the youth fair on Friday night for the auction? And who's in the audience? What do you see?
Everyone.
Okay.
I know that's such a broad. Everyone is in the audience.
Give me specifics, like from families to businesses to individuals, like
all of the above.
Okay.
It is shoulder to shoulder. There is
so
standing
it's probably
room
the most
only.
crowded event.
Yes, as far as livestock goes, absolutely. You start to see buyers come in an hour before and start walking the barns.
So it's in the evening on Friday evenings.
Yes, Friday evening, 6 o'clock. I don't know. I just know that I get told to go here at certain times, 6:30. I just know that my part starts at 2 o'clock. But anyway.
So walk me through. So the show opens, or the auction opens. You have an auctioneer there to do his thing, and you bring in the first animal, and you tell about that animal.
Absolutely.
And
so
then
when they're brought in, we read in a normal year, we would weigh them and get exact weights.
Okay.
We would announce the exhibitor, how much they weigh, what color ribbon, and they will get about a minute in the ring, and that is it.
Announce if it's their last time in the ring.
Okay.
And if they're a grand or reserve
champion
banner,
they
then
go
somebody
first.
will hold the banner
Okay.
while the exhibitor walks their animal to be shown. So it just kind of broadcasts that that is the best of that species market, and it just showcases them that way.
And now, is there some kind of a special book that you probably don't have time for that? Like I could just you go through and how if I'm a buyer and I want to get the top ones, how am I going to know that ahead of time? Is there not a cheat sheet, but
So we do put out a sale bill every year.
Got it.
And it includes all the information that they announce.
Okay.
So it has on there exhibitor number, name, ribbon color, exact weight, and we make sure that all the barns are clean to the best. That way buyers can go and interact with kids.
Okay.
Because we try to get our kids out into the public, bringing buyers letters, bringing, all the different incentives around. And that's part of the project is your marketing. And it's really interesting to see, even moving to a virtual platform, you can look at who is bidding on what animal and know who did their homework.
Okay.
I know a lot of people say, oh, well, it has to be XYZ. It's a name game. It's whatever. No, these kids are out.
Right.
Hand delivering buyers letters. I've even
emailing.
Heard everything under the sun. I would say she's going to give a shout out here to Chris Daniel. She got an ad, or she got a letter while we were in studio, so that was really cool. But it is a full production. It is a full marketing project from beginning to end, and the kids are so, to see them change from Friday morning having fun to Friday 7 o'clock getting ready to sell their animal, it is a complete different child.
Really?
Because they go from happy-go-lucky, running around with friends, to bold-face, serious.
Business.
Is it?
At that point,
It is all hands on deck.
Yeah.
And it's that moment of, it's your 60 seconds of glory is really what it is. And it's amazing to see, the passion, emotion the kids put into it.
Right.
So extremely rewarding as a volunteer.
I'm sure. So that's definitely something that the community is mourning, so to speak, not having that moment where the public comes in and really engages and gets to see, all of the animals and really have that moment to have their picture taken with them because they can put it in their office. And so there's all those things that are so different this year.
Absolutely. And we are still keeping up with those traditions. So we still will have buyers' pictures. It'll be of the animal on the side profile.
Okay.
And we'll still make sure that they get out, as well as the thank you notes. Of course, we're doing them a little bit different. So typically we would encourage each individual kid to go back out to all the businesses. But this year we're going to do it as safe as possible. So they're going to bring them to the fairgrounds, and we are going to take care of that process. So you should still expect the thank you note. You'll get your picture. Just a little bit different, just as precautions with everything going on.
Absolutely. Wow. Okay. Anything else we could share? Did we try to bring that up online, Matt? I don't know if now's the time, or you want to come back after the break and we can have it ready to show.
Do we want to do one more segment on the auction?
I think it would be. I think it's one of the most important things we could do
let's
tonight.
go ahead and take a break and come back.
And when we come back, so stick with us so we can show you what the website looks like. Scroll up and down, show you what it looks like. We'll show you just the activity that's happening on there, make you familiar with it, and so we'll just talk a few more minutes about the auction before we head into the next segment. So we'll be right back with all things auction after this word from our sponsors.
This portion of the show brought to you by Johnny's, serving restaurant quality food at wholesale prices. Stop by their 2 locations on Route 11 South in Chambersburg, Johnny's Express, Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Back after this commercial break.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Walden, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Mikey, stop laughing. Mikey, stop laughing. He and station owner Mike Hornby are having a bid war from what I've been told. The last message from Mikey was bid up Buttercup.
It's all friendly competition.
It's all fun and games until the money starts flying.
It is, but I promise Mike Hornby, I am not voting against you. I would never do such a thing. It's a travesty.
And Mike, because you signed my paychecks, I'm defending your honor here, of course.
He is,
defending
very valiantly.
Honor. This portion of the program brought to you by 2nd Congressional Democratic candidate Kathy Kunkel, who wishes the best to all of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. Back over to the host of this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
So yes, Matt and Mikey were talking about the bidding wars that are going on out there, even within the studio here, and it's livestock auction. Well, it's kind of the last 24 hours of livestock auction because it closes out at 7 o'clock tomorrow. You have less than 24 hours to do your part and invest into these young people's lives and really support them in what they have worked so hard this past year to do and to show in the ring. And it's been a tough year, and this is just a great way, a great opportunity that we as a community can get behind the young people and really support them. So we before the break, we talked about where we are right now in totals, how many bids, how many bidders, and just just gave a little bit of insight as to what it actually is like at the livestock auction on Friday at the fair. So Matt is going to bring up what this year's livestock auction actually looks like, which is completely different because it's all online. So take a look there. When you hit the button on the Berkeley County Youth Fair website and hit livestock auction, it's going to take you to this page where it tells you all the frequently asked questions. That's basically if you want to learn how to become a buyer, and it takes you through and even gives you phone numbers of Berkeley County Youth Fair board members who can assist you if you are having difficulty. So as you see now, we're on the screen, this is what it's going to look like. You're going to see a picture of the animal with the exhibitor, and it's giving you all the information where they placed. It tells, you know, the breed. What else does it say, guys? I can't see my eyes.
So
I can't see
the
that
main
far
thing
away.
on this is we want to make sure that the exhibitor's name is first and foremost, and that'll be the first thing under lot details. Because what a lot of our exhibitors do is they put their name in, of course, the buyer's letter. And for a buyer to be able to see that, we wanted to make sure it was first and foremost. We thought we would give due diligence to the kids and make sure that every single child's club or chapter is present on their sale listing. From there, it talks about your species as well as your placing, and then it is just their tag number. The reason why we included a keyword this year, if you scroll a little bit back up to the top, there should be a search bar at the top. You can actually, if you're looking just for a lamb, for example, you can go into that bar, type in lambs, hit enter, and it will drop you down to those items. And we made that a little bit more convenient. So if you're a business, or if you want to go with a group of your friends and buy, you know, a hog to do a hog roast, it makes it very convenient to do that. I've had a couple calls about, well, can we go in with, you know, halves? Absolutely. So if Mary Beth and I wanted to go with half on a hog, one of us would make that full bid.
Gotcha.
And we would still be able to, you know, we would then take care of splitting the meat when we got it back from the processor. But, you know, with meat prices what they are, you know, what better way to give back to your community and still get something back?
And the quality. I mean,
absolutely.
It's so important to note that these animals are raised here in your backyard, and that's very important to your health in terms of where you live and where your produce and your animals come from, your meat and so forth.
Mary Beth, here's your opportunity. I have scrolled over your pig. That is your pig. You picked it from the get-go. This is your opportunity.
I did. What?
It is a pretty pig.
That was the winner, right? And I picked that one. I said that was my winner. Oh,
you
my
picked the
goodness.
top two, actually.
Wow.
So I post this on Facebook. I said bid big and bid often. And you know, it's true. And you know, to give back to some of these kids, I know we talked about what these kids do with some of this money, but to know that you are encouraging the next generation of agriculturalists, what better way to help spend money in your community?
Right, absolutely. Scroll back. I want to see one of those animals again, and I want to look at. Can you actually see? Does it say how many bids each person's gotten, or is it just
it does
say
not.
what is
so
it?
It just says the
total
price that it's at right now, and the asking price would be what your next bid is, for example.
Now, Drew was explaining that you have to go in certain increments, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So hogs, if it is above a certain limit, it is going by 25s. That is kind of the pretty standard type that it would go. Once it goes over a price, it does jump up to 50 and 100, but that's as you get to those higher $1,000 kind of market price. You know, we look at this and we compare it to where it is last year, and like, it does.
Yeah,
so
if you click on the kid's name, it'll take you in and let you know how many number of bids they've got.
There you go.
If you click on the kid's name.
It does. I did not realize that.
Mikey has been
Mikey's
out-knowledged.
learning something today.
Well, now I'm like, oh man, how many bids do some of these things have? No, I'm not bidding against Mike, but if I was, you know, all's fair in the love game of livestock.
That's right.
But you know, that's part of the fun, and I think that's one of the things that a lot of our buyers are thinking about. You know, there is friendly competition.
Sure.
And I promise I would not bid against Mike right now. My hands are up in the air, but you know, that friendly competition benefits that child immensely.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of these people are using these animals as a write-off, so it is good for business, and you know, it truly does make a difference in the life of that exhibitor each time you hit that bid button.
Sure.
Mikey, he says he can see you're bidding against him.
I don't have my phone in my hands.
Maybe not right now. All I'm doing is
Uh-oh.
all I'm doing is trying to spark a flame here.
I'm promising you.
I'm instigating right now.
That's fine.
That's all I'm doing.
Right.
Poke that fire a little bit.
So there you have it, folks. We've shown you how easy it is to get online and to get involved, you know, bid, see all the animals again that are up for bid, see what they're going for, and just educate yourself. But most importantly, register to be a buyer and, you know, place some bids tonight and just get involved. So we really encourage you to do that. Less than 24 hours to do that, as the sale will close tomorrow. If you have any questions, be sure to look at the page on that website that lists several phone numbers that if you need help or you have questions about processing or just anything that has to do with you purchasing that animal and you need that question answered before you can make that bid, please don't hesitate to reach out to somebody with the fair board. So I think that's all we're going to do right now for the auction, giving you a chance during this break. Just hop online right now and get yourself registered and go ahead and start that bidding process. Maybe bid against Mikey or against Mike Hornby. If you can see that, then you should drive those prices up on them. And we'll be back after this commercial break, and we're going to get into some more indoor exhibits. And we're going to, which category?
Section 15, food and nutrition.
Section 15. So make sure you tune in with this one after this commercial break, and we'll be sharing with you some awesome exhibits.
This portion of the youth fair has been brought to you by the Berkeley Morgan County Health Department. They're 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Phone them at 304-263-5131 or visit their website online at bchealthdept.org. Back with more of the youth fair next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
Hi, this is Talk Radio WRNR and TV10's Rob Mario. My family first stayed at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake in Maryland several summers ago, and we've gone back every summer since. La Bella Vita is owned by Martinsburg residents who've meticulously decorated and furnished this amazing mountaintop vacation home with breathtaking lake views that is only 2 hours away. Featuring 5 bedrooms, 5.5 bathrooms, a fireplace, a large family room with an 85-inch TV, a hot tub, and multiple decks. There's lots more of the La Bella Vita experience to enjoy, including Deep Creek Lake itself, a 3,900-acre lake with 69 miles of shoreline. It's a great combination, and it's waiting for you. So take it from somebody who's been there multiple times. You are going to love staying at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake. For more information, visit the Facebook page or contact Tailor Made Deep Creek Rentals.
Rumors are flying. There's this big merger everyone is talking about. 2 real forces in the world joining forces. This is big stuff, but it's all rumor. Is this merger really going to happen? If so, when? Where? Who else is involved? Mergers of this stature affect a lot of people. At Bechtel Jewelers, we say, sir, it's time to confirm the rumors. This is Lori from Bechtel Jewelers. It's true. People are talking about you and that woman you're so crazy about. It's so obvious to everybody that you're meant for each other. And yes, talk about 2 forces in the world. You, her, Watch out, world. So get in here. Let's find the diamond and the setting, just perfect for her, just what she's dreamed of. Then get back to her pronto. Down on one knee, open that little box, say those few words. She'll probably say more than a few back. Of course, when she sees her diamond, she might not be able to say anything at all, except the one word that confirms that beautiful merger. And then spread the news. Confirm the rumors. This merger is happening. Bechtel Jewelers, Route 11 South in Inwood.
Find them online at BechtelJewelers.com.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair, brought to you by the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family. The Skinner Law Firm wishes success to all of this year's Youth Fair participants. Visit them online at skinnerfirm.com. Now back over to our host for this week in her last night. Mary Beth, you are counting down, or I shouldn't say counting down, you're running out of hours of this year's virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Yes, this is true, Matt. I won't be with you all tomorrow. Well, I'll be with you in spirit, and I'm going to do a little goodbye session that they'll air tomorrow night for our closing ceremonies with the president, Dawn Pingley. So I will be making an appearance. You're not going to get rid of me that easily. It's been a blast this week. I've learned more than I could have ever imagined possible to be learnt. I don't know if I learned this much in college. No, I'm just kidding. This is
ag at least.
I am telling you what, I have a wealth of knowledge this week. I just hope I can retain it all and that I remember it all. There's so much there. But it's been an incredible week, and we still aren't finished tonight yet. We still have a good bit that we want to try to get through because there's so many. It's impressive how many indoor exhibits that were submitted this year, and we want to make sure we show every single one of them. And I know that we've apologies for us bumping around to different categories with the indoor exhibits. We've had to fit them in around the shows based on timing. The great thing about it is, though, you can rewatch the show if you missed this, and we're doing your section now. No worries. You will be able to watch it. You'll see it tomorrow, actually, in the afternoon, right, Matt? I mean, this one shows again tomorrow, but then...
At least that's what the plan is.
That's what the plan is, as long as YouTube doesn't get finicky on us. And then, starting at the close of the fair on Friday night, it's going to be a marathon weekend with the Berkeley County Youth Fair. You can watch it. And if all else fails and you're not going to be around and you say, well, I'm not going to be able to watch it then, and you did that out of order, well, guess what? These are archived. You can go to the Berkeley County Youth Fair website at any time you want and watch anything that you want. So just wanted to give that plug there so that no one feels like that they've missed anything. We're going to make sure that that information or these shows are available to you. Now that we got through all that, just want to remind you, now that all the shows are done, it's really important to vote for your People's Choice on the website. Go in and vote for the dairy People's Choice and for your dairy cows People's Choice. And then also, what else did we just finish? Oh, the horses. Vote for your People's Choice there. And of course, with section that we're getting ready to do, section 15, you can vote for your favorite in these as well. Mikey Withrow is here in the studio, as he has been all week long. Thank goodness he has been here to fill in all the gaps and add to the commentary. I guess if we've learned anything, we've learned that Mikey is never without a fact, right? And I
was going to say fact or a good joke. I didn't even tell jokes today.
I expect when Youth Fair Week is over to get some kind of fact texted to me or emailed to me daily, Mikey, so I can continue my education of ag, right? So we're going to move now into section 15, if Matt is ready.
I have a question for Mikey.
Okay.
How do you want to go about doing this, just so I know how your mind is working? There's a video along with a finished product for
We will do the finished product photo.
Just the finished product photo.
And so the reason why the video actually is used to judge all the indoor projects, or all the section 15 cooking projects required a video. And the reason for that is the cooking projects require you to follow a specific recipe. So this was the way to make sure that all the exhibitors followed the recipe. So we will based on photo.
And since they're cooking, Just tell everyone, how in the heck do you judge a cooking contest?
I know, absolutely.
When you can't taste it.
So the photo is the easiest way to look, but we did use that video to make sure that all the ingredients are in it.
Okay.
We have some pretty seasoned judges, and that's the amazing part of this.
Yeah.
They can crack open a brownie, and by looks be like, oh, well, that has too much leavening. That's too dense. So this was overbaked. And that goes across the board with all of our judges, both indoor, livestock, equine.
Sure.
And across the board, we make sure that our judges are prepared to judge the projects as best they can.
So they didn't actually taste these.
No.
They didn't even actually touch these.
Correct.
They just they saw the item broken in half, so they could look and see the texture, see the moisture or the dryness or all those characteristics. They're experts.
A top view, you ask for a bottom view to make sure that it's not overdone, burnt, underbaked, and then the broken half view is actually where you're able to get most of the judging information.
So this is one of those cases where presentation is everything.
It definitely does.
That's what I always say. Okay, well,
So-
here we go. Let's dive in.
First up in section 15 will be Class 1, Cooking 101, Year 1. First exhibitor should be 309, Riley Flint, coming from Tuscarora.
Oh,
We're all going to get really
I just realized
hungry
something.
after
I know,
this.
you're going to want to eat all the brownies. So as you can see, great looking plate of brownies. You're going to hear that a lot, and I'm afraid I can't argue with it. So Riley from Tuscarora Indians is going to be receiving a first premium ribbon. Moving along, we will
Just
go...
a real quick shout out before we go past Riley. I know Riley is currently in Morgantown having surgery. So a big shout out to her and her family that are going through some medical procedures right now. So if they're listening or watching or go back and watch, just a shout out to Riley and hope you recover quickly and everything gets back to normal for you as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. Keep her in
Thanks
our
for bringing that up.
prayers. Thank you.
Next will be exhibitor number 239, Colton Butcher from 4-H STEM Club. And again, you will see a lot of the same characteristics in the project because we want them to be able to replicate it so we can judge them the same across the board.
Sure.
So Colton from STEM Club number 239 is going to be receiving a second premium ribbon. Next, I'm going to say I almost said into the ring. That's not. Next in class is number 293, Maggie Reiner from Southern Cross 4-H Club.
293?
Correct.
Hold on real quick.
Maggie Reiner.
I think I ate those. I'm just kidding.
I would say Mary Beth ate your plate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, anybody who knows me
Here we
knows
go.
that I didn't eat brownies.
293 Maggie Reiner Southern Cross will be receiving a third premium ribbon. And again, those premium ribbons must have been a high point blue ribbon to qualify for premiums. Next on your screen should be exhibitor number 17, Mr. Blake Puffenberger, coming from Swan Pond 4-H Club.
I will say, I have to interject. If you ask anyone in my family, what I'm supposed to bring when I bring a dessert, it's brownies because I have the secret to making the best, most moist, flavorful brownies. I'm not going to tell on
Pick
air.
another word other than that M word you just used, Mary Beth.
No.
I would say you're going to be in the studio tomorrow, right? You know where I sit, so
I'll bring a sample for you to try. I don't know if I can do that tonight, depending on what time the show ends, but I'm going to start paying closer
not with
attention.
that attitude, you can't.
I'm going to watch and see if I can pick. Well, they're not competing. They're all just okay, never mind. I'm still going to watch. Go ahead.
I'm proud of you for watching. Exhibitor number 157, Cheyenne Grove from Valley Star 4-H Club. She will be receiving a blue ribbon. Next on your screen is entry number 171, Michaela Grove from Valley Star.
Do they get judges' reasons?
They do not get, on, typically yes. Baking is one that every single project will get a reason slip. So, Cheyenne will be receiving a blue ribbon. Next entry is 171, Michaela Grove. Just announced that one. Sorry, Michaela's getting a blue ribbon. Next is 174, Peyton Henry from Wetumpka 4-H. And again, this is where you go on like uniformity, so you can actually look and judge them across the class. Peyton will be receiving a blue ribbon. Next is number 214, Mr. Leland Shoemaker. He's coming at us from Swan Pond. He's showing the whole plate there.
Curious, do you have to? Do they have to show pictures of themselves doing the process, like cooking, and to know that they actually are the ones who did it?
So that's why the video is there. So
Okay.
they
Oh,
are
you got a
encouraged to
video. Got
walk
it.
through the recipe, talk what they're
Okay,
adding,
yes.
talk about what temperature
Good.
they're baking. All of that is included in that video that they do
Good.
turn in. So Mr. Leland Shoemaker, well, exhibitor number 214 from Swan Pond is getting a blue ribbon. So all of them up to this point have gotten blue ribbons. I'll say I'm getting a text that I didn't announce. Blake Puffenberger's entry number 17 was a blue ribbon as well. If I missed that, sorry. Next up is number 260, Faith McDonald from Wetumpka. And again, great uniformity on these. I was getting it out eventually. For those reasons, she will be awarded a blue ribbon as well. Next up is number 315, Scarlett Zimmerman from Southern Cross 4-H Club. I'll say all of these look great. So I'm going to go ahead and say blue ribbon for her as well. Next up is going to be 327, Trent Dunham from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. And this is that cross-section that we've been talking about, how they're so differently judged. And you can tell how dense these brownies are, the moisture content. If this was dried out, I know I'm getting like livestock reasons going on. If it was dried out, it would be a lighter shade towards the edge. As well, if it was overbaked, it would start to pull that moisture from the sides. So Trent is going to be awarded a blue ribbon as well. Entry number 354, Miss Kira Gillians from Appalachian Clovers. I'll say this is where presentations bumps it up. I actually went to school with this exhibitor's mom, and Monica has done a phenomenal job as a 4-H mom in the first year of Kira being in 4-H. So Kira will be receiving a blue ribbon as well. Number 405, Mark Hunter from Swan Pond 4-H Club. Again, I don't think they could look bad at this point. So, great job, great exhibit, Mark. For that, we're giving out a blue ribbon. Next is entry 432, Coley Henry from Hedgesville Superchargers. Again, some of this texturing has to do with the lighting of them. As we went through the projects, we noticed some of them looked a little bit different, and when we changed the photo, they kind of changed texture. So that you'll see that across the screen. Coley will be receiving a blue ribbon. Next up is entry number 445, Miss Madison Sherfy from Tuscarora Indians 4-H Club. Again, a nice side profile. You can see all the different texture. You can see those air pockets, all that leavening agent put to work. Great project, great example for that. She will be receiving a blue ribbon. Last up in this Cooking 101 set will be entry number 471, Maya Boyle from Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. For her efforts, Maya will be receiving a blue ribbon.
And that concludes the brownie portion.
That's the brownie class.
That's the brownie class. They all looked delicious, by the way. Great job to everyone in that section. We're going to come back with another food and nutrition section of the indoor exhibits, so don't go away. We'll be right back after this word from our sponsors.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by South Berkeley Pharmacy. South Berkeley Pharmacy specializes in free delivery, convenient drive-through pickup, durable medical equipment, along with monthly cholesterol, blood pressure, and diabetic testing. Stop by and see them today at 5054 Gerrardstown Road in Inwood, or call them at 304-229-2400. We'll be back with more of the indoor exhibits after this. The Eastern Panhandle Conservation Division has a goal in Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County to provide for and promote the protection and conservation of West Virginia's soil, land, water, and related resources for health, safety, and general welfare of the state's citizens. To contact the EPCD about floods and blockages in streams near you, contact 1-866-823-5663, or for other inquiries, visit them at wvca.us or call them at 304-558-2204.
Let's talk trash, because when it comes to trash, you have options. Panhandle Dumpsters is a local family-owned garbage hauling company serving both residential and commercial customers with weekly trash pickup, dumpster service, yard waste pickup, and bulk pickups too. Panhandle Dumpsters will give you a free trash can and provide curbside service for just $23 a month. Panhandle Dumpsters features a fleet of quieter, eco-friendly garbage trucks, thereby reducing the noise usually associated with pickup. Switch now and save up to 30%. Call 833-DUMP-STR, panhandledumpsters.com.
Boyd Veterinary Service in Gerrardstown is dedicated to the health and wellness of your herd, offering health and reproductive services and now scheduling flushes and donor housing for fall 2020 at our new donor facility in Gerrardstown. Dr. John Boyd wants to thank all exhibitors for participating in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and wishes each one success with their projects. That's Boyd Veterinary Service, phone 304-279-0217.
3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. southberkeleypharmacy.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by the commercial you just saw, the Mirius Group and Ameriprise Financial Services, John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by and see them by appointment only still right now at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Phone them to make that appointment at 304-263-4343. Going into Section 2 of, or Class 2 of Section 15 of the indoor exhibits, back over to our host, Mary Beth Blair and Mikey Withrow.
Yeah, so we're going to continue indoor exhibits. And before Mikey does that, I just want to remind you to tune in the morning at 10 a.m., or not 10 a.m., actually around 9:08, 9:10. I'll be on the air with Dave and Rob, and we are going to be having with us as a guest Scott Boyd. So he's actually going to talk a little bit about the beef show. So if you want to hear from him and what his take on that was, tune in tomorrow morning around 9 for that. Also, I just want to give a plug for tomorrow evening. Even though I won't be here, they're going to do something really cool that I'm sad I'm going to miss. So I'm definitely going to rewatch this tomorrow night's show. Later is a special tribute. It's called a farewell to those Berkeley County Youth Fair exhibitors who are aging out. And so each one of them were allowed to submit a short video, and we're going to have those for you and play those for you tomorrow in the last show of the virtual youth fair. So let's throw it over right now to our resident fun fact guy and indoor exhibit extraordinaire introducer, Mikey.
Beyond of all that, just Mikey.
Mikey. Just Mikey. No, it works out perfect. So we're going to kick off this Cooking 101 Year 2. And these are going to be, again, a class of very similar exhibits. And they're all judged kind of on that uniformity as we judged in the first class.
Is it brownies again?
It is not brownies.
Okay.
So I believe these ones are oatmeal drop cookies. So first should be exhibitor number 4, Leah Puffenberger from Valley Star 4-H Club.
I love love oatmeal cookies.
I would say, you keep saying these things. The judge would have to judge.
I couldn't judge. I'm sorry.
I think you could.
No,
You're doing a great job of it.
I'd want to eat everything.
I want to eat them all.
Yes.
So, Miscellanea exhibitor number 4 is going to be receiving our first premium ribbon for the class.
They look yummy.
Moving on, we have entry number 287, Kaylee Weber from Tuscarora Indians.
The key to a good, in my opinion, oatmeal cookie is, again, you don't like when I use the M word. It's moisture. It's the cookie. I don't like a dry cookie. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I don't like crunchy cookies. Sorry.
I think you're going to judge next year. That's where we're at.
So
So entry number 287, Kaylee Weber from Tuscarora Indians, will be receiving our second premium ribbon. Moving on is entry number 353, Miss Jocelyn Homer from Hedgesville Superchargers. Again, uniformity is a huge factor in this judging class.
So is that why they have to show 3? I learned
that is why they have
in
to
the
show
poultry
3.
contest last night. They couldn't just show 1. They had to show 3 so they could see consistency.
Absolutely.
And they got points taken off if they didn't. Learning.
I'm telling you, you're going to be judging the whole fair by the end of this.
I'm a sponge. I'm a sponge.
So Jocelyn number 353 is going to be receiving our third premium ribbon. Moving on to entry number 64, Miss Grace Denham from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. Again, very nice set. I like how she put them on a black plate.
Like
it makes them pop a little bit better.
Yes, they do.
Great job here, and she's going to be awarded with a blue ribbon. Next entry in, it should be number 102, Corinne Lewis from Hedgesville Superchargers. And as you can tell, they make them look nice. So they stack them up. Some of them will even have extra, to make them look extra nice on the plate there. She does a great job. So Corinne is going to be receiving a blue ribbon. Entry number 121, Mr. Parker Custer from Southern Cross 4-H should be your next entry. And again, this is where these pictures kind of tell a little bit more because you can see how done they are. You can see the texture. You can see how coarse they are. Very, telling to a judge. So for his efforts, Parker is going to be awarded with a blue ribbon. Next up is entry number 269, Mr. Isaac Crumley from Tuscarora Indians. Again, you can tell how golden brown these are. These are probably what everyone wishes they could do is just sit there and judge plates of cookies, including myself. So for Ike's, and again, I call them by their names that I know them from camp. So Ike is Isaac Crumley again. Sorry. Number 269 is going to be receiving a blue ribbon. Entry number 410, Alvin Hopp, should be coming in next from Sulphur Springs. And again, that is why the up-close picture is so important because you can see a lot of texture.
Right.
So for his efforts, he's going to be receiving a blue ribbon. Next entry is number 414, Alston Davis, again from Sulphur Springs. And they actually got together to do their project. So they are going to look very similar. They each posted a video, each turned in 3 photos. So we understand that not necessarily they're going to have all the things they need, but we do allow 4-Hers to kind of, go in together as long as they are both exhibiting a separate project.
Gotcha.
So both of those boys, Alston Davis, 414 from Sulphur Springs, is going to be receiving a blue as well. Up next is number 418, Mr. Cole Horner from Arden 4-H Club. As we get down in these classes, you'll start to see a little bit of variability in the actual cookies themselves. No fault to the kid. We're still looking at that pre-bake and what it looks like as well as their video. For Cole's efforts, he will be receiving a blue ribbon. Last in this Cooking 101 Year 2 class is 473, Mr. Brock Riggleman from Denim and Dust. For his great efforts, 473, Brock Riggleman will be receiving a blue ribbon.
Caught me studying those cookies.
I'll say daydreaming.
No, yes, about eating those cookies. That is for sure. Oh my goodness. And then I was also thinking one of the things, those all looked very yummy, by the way. All of you guys are great oatmeal bakers. So keep up the good work and congratulations on your ribbons. Tomorrow we also have the small pet show tomorrow, right?
Yes, we do.
And style show, which
Absolutely.
is
Style
review. So people actually, they sew projects, right? And so what kind of projects will we see with the sewing and the style review?
Tomorrow you will be seeing aprons. I believe there are jumpsuits.
So are they sewing the style review? If they're sewing something, is it by hand or machine or what?
Yes.
Either?
All the above.
Oh, okay.
So you will see a variety of different stitches. Part of that project is they do have to be able, for example, for the first year project, they have to be able to fasten buttons. So you will see that in the judging, as well as, you know, how they constructed their apron, different techniques. And the videos play a lot into that because they'll go through and explain what each stitch, kind of what it is, the pattern they used.
Now, are we seeing videos or are we seeing pictures?
Tomorrow for that, I believe you will see both.
Oh, okay.
And that's just so that the viewers can actually get an understanding of how they are judged.
Okay, very good. All right, so what are we going to see when we get back? What kind of pictures do we, or exhibits do we have the get the excitement to get
I think
ready
biscuits
for?
are next.
I would say next should be biscuits.
Well, I'm not an expert in biscuits, but I will certainly judge them anyway. So.
I'm an expert in biscuit eating. I know that. So
nothing wrong. We have sausage sandwiches for that reason. So I mean, get some biscuits, enjoy your sausage. Could be a good day.
Could we have sausage gravy with the biscuits?
Now you're really going to make my mouth water.
That
make
is
me hungry.
good. I make a good sausage gravy, so one of these days. All right. Well, that's all we have in this section, but we have more in section 15. Or not all in this section. That was what did we call that one?
Class 2.
That was class 2. We're coming back with class 3, correct?
Correct.
All right. So biscuits are on the way after this commercial break. Stay with us.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Center, the best in healthcare close to home. Berkeley Medical Center right here in Martinsburg, Jefferson Medical Center in downtown Charlestown. Back with more from the indoor exhibits. We'll have Section 15, Class 3 coming up next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers. Not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate. Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. I'm going to be saying that in my sleep next week and hearing this music in my sleep next week.
Not necessarily a bad thing.
Again, this is the Berkeley County Youth Fair music, so it fits. It's upbeat, keeps us up at the end of the night as we are nearing the 9 o'clock hour, 8:56 here in the TV10 studios and across the Eastern Panhandle. Matt Crawford here with you. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by West Virginia's Secretary of State, Democratic candidate Natalie Tennant, who wishes all of the youth participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair all the success that they deserve. Back over to our host, Mary Beth Blair, and Mikey, as we are getting into Class 3 and 4 in Section 15. Going to start with some biscuits.
Start with some biscuits, indoor exhibits, and this is if you've ever gone to the youth fair, and this is where the big exhibit hall is.
It is
kind of like the very first of your buildings, like when you start at the top of the hill. It filled to front to back with exhibits and projects, and I can just see it now walking around, looking at all the different projects and seeing what all the kids have done and what they've come up with, and just we're trying to recreate that this week. Even though you're not inside that building, you can see these things on the TV, and just a lot of hard work and effort's gone into all of these projects, and it would have been a shame not to brag and show them to everyone, and just showing a picture and saying their name and what they received, I think is just super special. So shout out to TV10 for just totally dedicating this week to the Berkeley County Youth Fair. And it's been such a fun ride. It's been incredible. It's hard to believe it's night 5 and that we're nearing the end, but still we have lots of projects and several things lined up for tomorrow, so stick with us. I'd love to see some more stuff on the Facebook page. Post throwback pictures to previous fairs. Tell us what your favorite thing has been this week with the virtual fair, and maybe post I think you should try to capture Mikey making really strange faces on the television screen or your computer screen, like in the middle of saying something.
Thanks,
do you ever see that? Like I've seen a couple this week of the virtual fair, and I look at them and think, oh my gosh, could they have gotten a better picture? Like I might have the scowl on my face or whatever. But yeah, let's all do that. Let's have fun. But no, seriously, I think the main reason I encourage you to continue to post about the youth fair this week and throw back to the youth fair is it's all about awareness, and we're just trying to build brand awareness for the youth fair, and hopefully, like Mikey was mentioning earlier, I hope this encourages parents out there whose kids maybe aren't involved and have wanted to get involved in something wholesome and educational and fun.
Absolutely.
That they would catch a glimpse of that this week, that this is a great opportunity for any child to get involved at a young age, whether it's just through 4-H, whether it's through, getting involved in livestock, breeding, raising livestock, whatever it is, showing an animal like the horses or the rabbit. I mean, there's just so many opportunities, and I hope that it's been a week that you have become more aware of all the opportunities that are available through this great organization that kind of culminate into 1 week at the Berkeley County Youth Fair and is a celebration of our youth. So, Mikey, let's see some more of those great projects and check out some biscuits.
Absolutely. See, the funny part about that challenge is you don't know, but I have literally gotten hundreds of pictures already of my face in different ways that look great, I promise. So they're going to take this challenge to heart. So I got to make sure I bring my A game on.
Come on.
So starting out your first section in Class 3 is going to be 449, Miss Presley Holbrink from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. And again, you are looking for those same characteristics of leavening. You're looking for consistency. You're looking for, complete doneness, but not overbaked. All great things. Presley does a great job on this, and she's going to be receiving a first premium ribbon. Next up is number 306, Parker Grove, coming from New Seekers 4-H Club.
That's a nice picture.
It is. Great rise on that. You can see it has a nice crown, which is kind of that top piece. See, I know cattle and biscuits. It's perfect.
I know.
So Parker did a great job on this. He's going to be receiving a second premium ribbon. Next should be entry number 284, Casey Payne from Wetumpka 4-H. Again, one of the things we look for is that uniform browning across the top. So great job on that. And for that, Casey is going to be receiving a third premium ribbon. Next on the screen should be entry number 10, Drew Milburn from Arden 4-H Club. Drew is going to be receiving a blue ribbon.
How many 4-H clubs are there in Berkeley County?
26 on any given good day.
And what 4-H club did you grow up in?
We don't do that. So I actually was in 2. So I was in 2. I started out as a Tuscarora Indian, and I finished as a Mount Airy winner with Matt Miller.
Okay.
Well, with one of the Matt Millers of the county. We actually just had that conversation.
Okay.
So I had Jeff and Sherry Maynor as a leader, and then, of course, Matt and Carolyn Miller as my ending age-out leaders.
There you go.
So awesome times. So coming up next is going to be entry number 62. Funny enough, from Mount Airy winners, Garrett Glassford. He is going to be receiving a blue ribbon. I am now getting text of my face.
I love it.
Next entry is number 100, Miss Kelsey Payne from Wetumpka. Kelsey does a great job on this. Again, entry number 100 from Wetumpka is going to be receiving a blue ribbon. Next one up on the block is 109, Mackenzie Hahn. I'll say you thoroughly enjoyed Mackenzie Hahn's rabbits.
Oh, I
So you did. That was the
one?
speckled rabbits, the speckled
Okay.
doe.
I don't know what it was. There was a theme this week for me. I like the speckled animals. What is
It's
that?
never.
Why?
Sometimes they catch your eye a little bit better especially when
I
they.
guess maybe it's something that was just different to me. I hadn't seen that in many of them before.
Absolutely.
It just, yeah.
And they
striking.
catch your eye. An all black animal or all white animal, to see that broken up, does have a certain level that stands
I
out.
was just blown away last night when they talked about in the beef show that they actually blow dry
And glue.
and rinse off and blow dry
Twice a day.
What
Well,
the
you
heck?
saw that in the reserve champion cow.
Absolutely.
The red one that
goodness.
looked like it had
I
human
actually-
hair on the back. I mean, it was.
I was so amazed. I actually had to pull it up on my website, and I told my husband, I'm like, come here, just look at this. Like, look at what they do.
I guarantee you, some of these that are doing continual jackpots and going out and putting a lot of effort into it, they probably use more hair product than a lot of other people I know, which is kind of scary.
But what's even more fascinating is that a lot of the pigs had hair. I didn't know
Yes.
they had that. They were like, and they also groom them very
Absolutely.
nicely. Oh my goodness! So lots
I'm
of
telling
facts.
you,
that I
it's a
didn't-
sport.
Yes.
So
come
back
on.
to Mackenzie, number
Yes.
109 from Sulphur Springs.
Sorry
She
about that,
received a
Mackenzie.
blue ribbon. We got a little
No
sidetracked on that one.
disrespect to your biscuits. Look at those biscuits. They
Next
look good.
entry, number 249, Destiny Weber from Tuscarora Indians. Destiny does a great job with her project, and she is going to be rewarded with a blue ribbon. Next entry is number 258, Miss Emily Orndorff from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. So we give them a size requirement, so they have to be a 3-inch biscuit. So we don't tell them what shape. So here you're actually going to see cut biscuits.
Yeah, they look different.
For the viewers out there, that is one difference that you will see. Some of them are cut versus pressed with a ring mold. So Emily is going to be receiving a blue ribbon. Next in the class is entry number 416, Brianna Schilt from Wetumpka 4-H Club. So again, great uniformity, great bake on those. You can tell that they're not underbaked, overbaked, look just about right. So for that, Brianna, number 416 for Wetumpka, is going to be receiving a blue ribbon. Moving on to Class 4, we are going to see entry number 331, Miss Ada McCoy from Southern Cross 4-H. And this, we're going to, I would say, presentation is key. And this, Ada knocks it out of the park with this, putting all the extra, embellishments on that plate. Yeah. So these are banana nut squares. So changing it up.
They look yummy.
So for Ada's great valiant effort, she's going to be rewarded with a first premium ribbon. Coming up next is entry number 154, Brittany Schilt from Wetumpka 4-H Club. I would say there's a pattern. You see the same last name, Schilt, on a lot of these different ones. I mean, it's great to see that it does become a family project.
Yeah.
So Brittany does a great job on these banana nut squares, and she is going to be receiving the second premium ribbon. Up next, gentleman by the number 16, Ben LaPole from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. I'll say, and you asked yesterday, is there a difference between male and female showmen? And it goes the same with indoor projects. We see a lot. It doesn't matter. projects of projects.
Right,
Some of the most competitive people in Bacon I've seen have been those young adult males that bring a lot of effort into that game. So not selling Ben short. He is going to be receiving a 3rd premium ribbon. Coming up next is entry 138, Miss Sierra Knight from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. I'll say Sierra is a multi-purpose indoor-outdoor. She's the one that, she's done, I think by the end of September, she will have done 15 virtual shows with her pigs. So she is knocking it out of the park. So Sierra is doing an excellent job in and out of the barn from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. She is going to be receiving a blue ribbon. Entry number 300, Megan Hess from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. Again, Megan does a great job displaying. I think everyone locally will have some type of Pyrex plate just like that. So I love seeing that, especially when I was flipping through them looking at the judges' comments.
That is so funny you said that, because the very first plate for the biscuits, there was a green flower print. And that, I was like, oh my gosh, someone has that Corning plate pattern from back in the day.
Yes.
Like that was an old style, like my grandmother had that plate.
It's awesome. I love seeing them. So Megan is going to be receiving a blue ribbon, and that is the last of Class 4.
Another great group of indoor exhibits for you. We've got more where those came from, so stick around with us, and we will be back for more indoor exhibits. We're going to wrap up Section 15 tonight, and we will be back right after this word from our sponsors.
Class 5, 6, and 7 coming up after the break. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Parsons Ford. They're located on Route 45, Shepherdstown Pike, just outside of Martinsburg. They became number 1 by making you number 1. First, Parsons. Back after this commercial break.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by Libertarian candidate for Governor of West Virginia, Erica Koenich, who encourages all of us to support the youth participating in this year's Youth Fair. Back over to our host, and to finish out Section 15 with the host Mary Beth Blair is Mikey.
Okay, are you guys ready to finish out Section 15? And as Matt said, it's we have 3 small classes of indoor exhibits left in this section. So here we go. Mikey, take us away.
Absolutely. First up is going to be entry number 8, Millie Dugan from Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. And again, this is one of my favorite classes, Cinnamon Rolls. So Amelia Dugan nicknames. Great job on this project. Again, we are looking for consistency doneness, especially on that broken in half. So Millie has done a great job on this and will be receiving a first premium ribbon. Next up is number 99, Kiara Puffenberger from from Valley Star. Sorry. Again, one of my favorite categories, even just to look at. Does a great job, phenomenal bake on these rolls. For that, she is going to be receiving a second premium ribbon. Moving on to Class 6, which is Cooking 301, Year 2, we have 338, Ashley Orndorff. And again, with her bars from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. And again, you'll see that these are, again, a cut product. So for her effort, she's going to be receiving a first premium ribbon. Next up is entry number 482, Mr. Tyler Stevens from Swan Pond 4-H Club. I'll say this one does a very up close. You can see a lot more texture across that top. Does a phenomenal job with his project. For that, Tyler is going to be awarded a second premium ribbon. Rounding out the cooking projects, we have a lone entry in Class 7, Cooking 401, Year 1 from entry number 337, Ashley Mullis from New Seekers 4-H Club. As you get into these more advanced classes, they don't necessarily focus on the actual cooked product, but what it takes to actually put into the product. So this class is actually all about spices. So they would have to find and identify spices, where they come from, and what they would be used for. So these get a little bit more intense as you go up. Ashley does a great job with this, and again, entry number 337 is going to be receiving a first premium ribbon, and that does conclude Section 15.
All right. So that is all for our indoor exhibits tonight.
We have a couple more. We have one more big section tomorrow, Section 8, Woodworking.
Okay.
And then we will have the style show, as well as Small Pets and Cats.
So all of those are too big to
and
go
that'll
into
be
tonight.
Right out of the gate tomorrow.
Yes.
Because Mikey's got to get back over to the fairgrounds to.
What will you be doing over there tomorrow at the fairgrounds?
I, just like a normal year, I'm going to help facilitate some of the sale.
Okay. What has to happen on site for the sale?
So once bidding, of course, my number is on the Went group. So if there are questions, they will come in either to Drew, Matt, or myself. So we will have computers there. That way we can troubleshoot through some of those different issues. Once the gavel closes and we're done for the night, that is really when the true work is going to begin. Every animal, it will be on the grounds. So we will make sure that as soon as we are able to process, we start putting animals in different groups for hauling, as well as, the paperwork for it has to be meticulous. There is a lot of value in these products. So we want to make sure from the animal side, or from the buyer side, that their animal and products are being taken care of in transport. And from the exhibitor side, we want to make sure that we respect the project that they've spent so much time and effort doing. So
the exhibitors actually are scheduled for different times to bring and drop their animals tomorrow.
So tomorrow morning they will start dropping off.
And
by
where do
species.
they go? Do they actually go into stalls down there? Or
Yes.
How does that...
So as they come to the fairgrounds, they will be put in separated stalls, a little bit different than normal. And of course, we have to make sure that we have everything wiped down. So that is what some of our chair people actually did today. Matt and Judy, who was here a little bit ago, went down and made sure everything was set up. So once we start facilitating that drop off, it'll be the full day tomorrow. And then we will start sending out loads to either slaughterhouses or resales starting Saturday.
Now, with that part, so when someone buys and they say they buy one of the beef from the beef show, where they buy a steer or something, do they actually get to look at a cut sheet and determine that?
Absolutely.
Or is it standard?
So once we haul, once the buyer, so tomorrow, as soon as we're done, we will start calling every single buyer that bought
to
an
find out what they want to do next,
where it's going, and what they want to do with it.
So when you say where it's going, so they have a choice to bring it to their property?
So there's actually 3 different choices.
Okay.
So they can on site, so that would be them scheduling to go and take it back to their farm or somewhere else. But that is one of the options for the buyers. The second one is probably the most popular. It goes to a slaughterhouse, and then third, it can go to a resale barn.
Okay. What is the resale barn?
So that would be like we take to Fort. I just blanked up to Greencastle.
Okay.
Down to Winchester. It just depends on which one they want. So some buyers actually look at what price animals are buying, and that depends upon where they sell it. And the fair does that service of shuffling the animals around for free to all the buyers.
So if I bought an animal and I didn't want it processed, I could say, well, I'm going to resell it back to this barn. They pay me whatever I can get from it.
So the barn itself would write you the check and send it in the mail.
And that's just so they get something out of their investment into that animal. What does the resale barn do with it?
Then it would go to another barn.
So these are places that are using it for an end use of getting it
a
to
terminal.
Yes.
Facility.
I hate that word. I have to say, you all say that all. And it just rolls off of your tongue this week when you talk about the animals and say they're terminal.
So
that's the side of me that I probably could never had. I probably couldn't have done. Brett, did the animal part.
One of my,
I would have had a hard time saying goodbye.
Yes, everyone has that kind of one picture that kind of means a lot to them. And funny enough, mine was taken my last year showing, my last sale, and the lady in front of me, very young showman, was bawling. And it's actually me consoling her. And someone was, I was lucky enough that I believe it was Arden Tryon. She takes phenomenal.
Yeah.
Her and Barbie do an excellent job of making sure.
Yes. The official, unofficial photographer of the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Shout out to you, Barbie.
So they do a phenomenal job of documenting everything. And I believe that's one of her shots. And it's one that I still, every time I see it, it brings back that emotion, that feeling.
Yeah.
So I agree wholeheartedly. But ultimately, the kids know that is what the project is.
Sure. They know it going in, so that's true.
Does not make it any easier.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, congratulations to everyone tonight who we got to see on the big screen, from indoor exhibits to the dairy show to what else did we do tonight? Oh, the horses. Yes. So we got
forget the ponies.
We got a lot of variety tonight. It's been a great show. We'll come back after this commercial break and we'll close out Night 5 with you, so stick around for closing announcements.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsini's.com.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Boyd Veterinary Service in Gerrardstown is dedicated to the health and wellness of your herd, offering health and reproductive services and now scheduling flushes and donor housing for fall 2020 at our new donor facility in Gerrardstown. Dr. John Boyd wants to thank all exhibitors for participating in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and wishes each one success with their projects. That's Boyd Veterinary Service, phone 304-279-0217.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair as we close out Thursday night. Just one more night to go of this week's Virtual Youth Fair. Hard to believe, but before we close things out and send it back over to our host of the week and her final night of the Youth Fair.
Final night live. I will make an appearance tomorrow. I'm not leaving you high and dry.
But we do want to thank all of our sponsors for this week. They have been fantastic. The ones that you have seen commercials for, the live reads that you all are probably tired of, but without them, we could not do this. So a big thanks to all of them for their help in not only on the Youth Fair side, but also helping us to be able to put this on for you here at TV 10. Without them, we could not do any of this. So a big thanks to them. Back over to close out tonight's festivities. Host Mary Beth Blair.
Just a few closing thoughts here in our final segment tonight. As Matt said, there are a lot of people that have sponsored and gotten behind the youth fair, and way before it was even declared a virtual fair, they had already declared their support. So if you don't mind, take a look at the website, and there's a list of our sponsors from the blue ribbon to the red ribbon, white ribbon, premium sponsors are all listed on there, and we hope that you'll support them and thank them for their sponsorship of the Berkeley County Youth Fair. And like I said, I hope you've been educated this week and learned a lot alongside of me. And as I said, this is my final live segment with you, but I'll be back for a small closing segment tomorrow that we're going to film. And I just want to say thank you for being patient with me, especially those of you out there in Berkeley County Youth Fair family that I know that there are a lot of things that I didn't know, and I probably flubbed up a lot of things like species and classes and breeds, but I appreciate your patience with me, but I truly learned a lot this week, and I don't know that I would ace the quiz that you'd have for me, Mikey, but I have learned, and I've been like a sponge soaking everything up and just learning. But the greatest thing I've learned is an even greater appreciation for everyone involved with the Berkeley County Youth Fair and every exhibitor, every young person who is a part of it. Unbelievable. I'm so proud to call Berkeley County my home, and just so proud of the young people that are just make up our community and the ones that we got to witness this week. Keep up the good work. I am cheering you on. And I just want to do a couple last minute commercials for People's Choice. One more chance to vote for People's Choice. I guess actually the People's Choice will be open again tomorrow because there's still things you can vote on, your favorite sewing project or your favorite small pet. So go ahead, and I won't be here to promote it, but I know Mikey will promote it, and Hannah and anyone else who's here tomorrow. Make sure that they will say that and remind you to get on there and vote, because that means a lot to someone if they become the People's Choice. And so we've got a little prize for them, a little award that they will be receiving as well. So make sure you vote. And can't emphasize enough about the livestock auction. And like was said earlier by Judy, we're only halfway there and less than 24 hours to go. But I have faith in you, Berkeley County. I know that you're going to come through and you're going to get online, you're going to register, and you're going to support someone in a great way. So let's do better than last year. Let's not just get to that same total. Let's do better, and I'm believing that we'll get to that. So I'm trying to think, Matt, if there's anything else. I wish another thing. I really hope you guys tune in. If not tomorrow night, if you're busy tomorrow night because it's Friday night, make sure you tune in for the rebroadcast or take a look at Friday's segment again, because I think it would be really nice to see, and I'm anxious to, as I said earlier, to look back and watch the special tribute to those who are doing their farewell to the Berkeley County Youth Fair who are aging out. I can only imagine, boy, you talk about needing some tissues. Mike, you better not watch that. You better wait and watch that by yourself with a box of tissues somewhere.
That bad, I promise.
Well, but you know what I noticed too about you over the week was that you pretty much know all these kids by name. And that's a lot of kids. And so, wow, that is impressive too. You surely know your kids and
I try to.
know your animals, know your facts, know everything there is to know about all things Berkeley County Youth Fair. You've been an asset to have in the studio, and I think Matt and I definitely agree that we could not have had the quality of show that we've had all week long without you being a part of our team. So really, it's the Matt, Mary Beth, and Mikey show.
Yeah, it would not have run as smoothly or would have been
nearly
not as entertaining.
Right. You are our go-to for sure. We're like, if we ever needed an extra little stretcher, just give it to Mikey.
I got it.
So, yeah. So you're hired. You're part of the show. So we really appreciate that. Another shout out just to TV10, to Mike Hornby for making the commitment to the Berkeley County Youth Fair to say, yes, we will do this. We will dedicate an entire week to this organization and to these young people. So he's the one who made the ultimate decision to make this happen, and I was just honored to be a part of the equation. And I will certainly miss being here tomorrow night with you guys, but like I said, I'll be watching and cheering you on, and I promise next year at the Berkeley County Youth Fair 2021, I will be there. I'm going to come see you guys in the ring. I'm going to experience Youth Fair differently than I have the first 52 years of my life. Well, I probably didn't go out there the first few years of my life, but pretty soon after that. So I'm looking forward to it, guys, and that's all we have for you tonight. But tomorrow morning, tune into the Dave and Rob show. That's we'll be on the air about 9 a.m. I'll be talking with them, and I'll be joined by Scott Boyd, who is the Beef Show chair, and he's going to kind of give a recap and talk about the importance of that show itself and just the hard work that goes into that. So we'll have that recap tomorrow morning. So make sure you tune in, chime in on the little comments section. It's always good to hear from people. And I guess I'm signing off for my last show live, and it's been an incredible week. Thank you for everything, and we'll see you, I don't know, when will I see him again, Matt?
Well, hopefully not on the air. Maybe on the air. Hopefully out of this studio.
This is the first ever.
Yes.
Yeah, so signing off for the last time personally, I'm going to say it again, for the first ever and hopefully never again, Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. I'm Mary Beth Blair, and it's been a pleasure to be your host, and good night.
Berkeley County Youth Fair Board would like to thank the following sponsors of this year's Youth Fair. Green Level sponsors Gore's Custom Slaughter and Processing Incorporated and the Kingdom Animal Hospital. White Level sponsors Jerry Williams State Farm Insurance, River Riders Incorporated, Jeff and Shelley Shoppert, Eastern Panhandle Conservation District, Dunham's Mobile Home Park, Orr's Farm Market, and Winchester Equipment. And at the red level, John T. Gibson, DDSP LLC, Pittman Orthodontics, South Berkeley Pharmacy, Shepherdstown Pharmacy, and Tri-County Rental.